Delicious. I could eat those myself. Welcome to another episode of uh, Australian Reptile Q&A. Sorry, there's always a glitch with me. I'm a little bit nervous because we've got a big guest on the show today. Welcome, everybody, welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Let me not hold back. I'm a little bit fired up. I hope everything goes all right with the show. And let me bring in our my co-host for the day, Mr. Darren Whitaker. How are you today, Darren?
Good, mate. Good. Thanks for having me along. Hey,
That's
everyone.
It's always good. It's always good. So it's already a bit of people watching. So let me not. Just for those of you that don't know, we're having Dr. Jonathon Howard on the show today. He's a bearded dragon expert, and I know you guys have been asking for a bearded dragon show for a while, and I like to keep people happy. So with no further ado, let's bring in Jonathon. G'day, mate.
Cool.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Johnny.
There we go.
Hey,
I always have it.
enjoying all-
I always have it. I always have a hiccup with the Australian reptile Q&A. I don't know why my brain always glitches right about it's Australian and then something happens in my head. So welcome to the show, mate. It's a privilege for us to have you on here today. I know it's early where you are in the world. I believe you're in Vienna, Austria.
Yes. Yeah, living in a beautiful city now for a bit of a sabbatical away from Australia. Well, it sounds good at the moment because all you guys are in lockdown, I think.
Yes.
You have freedom over there still.
Oh, no, we had lockdown for the last year. So, and now we're summertime, everyone's vaccinated, get out and about. So that's it.
Oh, well, that's
Nice.
good. That's good. Life it has to move on at some stage. You know, that's you can't keep the world caged in forever. And I think I don't know how it's going to end up here. I don't really want to go into all of this because I think there's too much doom and gloom in the world at the moment. But at some stage the world needs to move on. So I think let's leave it at that because I'm all fired up and excited about this conversation we're going to have today. So let's move into the Beardie. So Jonathon, let me just get all my stuff ready here for you. So I guess if you don't mind, if we just get straight into the conversation.
No, I get straight into it. I think it's going to be a long talk.
Well, we usually
by Darren and I.
Yeah, well, that's good. I think I'm also up for a long chat. Normally we have a few softies on board. Brent and Colin. Usually they just you can see they start to fall asleep behind the wheel here. But Darren and I mean, I can talk. I can talk till the cows come home. So I just want to.
I know Darren can for sure.
Oh, of course.
He knows me too well.
So we've already gotten a comment here. I noticed the first thing. I like somebody with books in the background. So Vinny says, "Look at all those books. Yeah, all the good stuff. The books in the background. Yeah." I just wanted to say,
I'll be honest. This is all my wife's stuff up here. She's a big bookworm, and then I've got like
itty bitty little
reptile books.
yeah, there we go. Let's have a look here. So there's a few people here that noticed the book. So now you've given away. You should have just said, they're all my books. So, I'm very learned. Like that's how we gain the masses.
Yeah, I couldn't bring my book collection over from Australia. It cost too much in shipping in a shipping container. So that's it. So
all right. So. Yeah, but there's nothing quite like a good book. The smell of a fresh book. Have you? I'm assuming you've been published in your life a couple of times.
I've published a few papers.
Yeah.
They haven't been books or anything like that,
but papers carry a lot of weight as well. It's sort of how you get yourself some weight in the scientific community. So
that's it.
People might not believe it, but I also did a bit of zoology and botany in my life and a bit of honors degree and started a master's. But I turned out to not be an academic. I'm a reptile breeder, like I'm a keeper at heart, and I don't think it's tough to find academic that is, I don't think those two fields mesh well, just in my own opinion. What do you think about that?
I think it definitely meshes. I'll be honest, I'm a keeper to start with. with an academic brain in there as well. So,
Yeah.
like I go, like how I know Darren talks so much is because I can remember what 20 years ago I started. He guided me through breeding spotted pythons in the children python complex 20 years ago, and I used to go over there and say, I just need to quickly pick up some mice or rats, and then I think it'd like be 5 hours later after talking at the front.
Apparently, it's a one-way. Apparently, it's all a one-sided conversation on my behalf. Apparently now.
Oh no, we'd both chat, but I've been like, I kept reptiles since I was a kid, like blue tongue lizards, diamond pythons. I used to catch skinks and stuff like that and just keep all these reptiles. And then that's what guided me into vet school. And then and going for, I didn't want to become academic, so to speak. I was never, but then you realize, you know what, there's no info. We need more info on this. And we need to educate vets. We need to educate people properly on stuff. So that's where
you know what it was like in those. You know, it was like in those early days, Johnny. There was hardly any vets around.
Let me just see if I can, hang on, guys. Let me just see if I can pop our names up here because let me just get rid of this overlay. Sorry, so people know who they're talking to. Hang on. Sorry. There we go.
So I remember Johnny keeping vans too back in the day.
Sorry, keeping
vans. Used to have some collets and.
Oh yeah, no. I in the last few years I moved heavily into venomous reptiles. I got rid of all my pythons. Once in Australia, once you open up the venomous side of things, there's just so many more species you can keep. But they're just different to pythons. They're just metabolically, just a lot different. I managed to, secure a room, so all the requirements. So I moved into that, and just before I moved over to Europe, I couldn't take anything, so I had to move on.
Oh, so you were actually, because I know about you from your stuff online and your both your pages, your veterinarian side of thing and then the Beardie vet side of things. So I don't know, Darren told me he's known you for 20 plus years, so I wasn't aware that you actually kept reptiles before you left. So what did you do with the animals that you had before you went?
So I moved them all to friends, or I just sold like venomous. Some of the venomous stuff I had is in demand. They went pretty quickly. So, and then I had a few dragons which I gave to friends, so who could like the things that I really wanted to make sure I go where I can track them. I gave them to friends. So all the dragons went to good friends up there. Up in. Well, I was living in Maitland, just out in Newcastle. So so all the dragons went to them. So but I've got I've bred Morelia. I've done a lot of breeding of Aspidaites as well. So so it's not just bearded dragon stuff. It's actually a whole lot of other stuff. I would say probably the bearded dragon stuff is just what I've moved more towards because that's the most common animal I would see in the vet clinic. And I had them in the past and I had past experience with it. And I was like, no, let's run with getting people educated on the first, well, you can't call them basic. I wouldn't classify them as basic reptiles, but let's educate them on the most popular reptile and then we'll move on to the other species.
Because because they are a stepping stone. I mean, they are the animal that the majority of reptile keepers would recommend to a newbie that's starting with beardies. Before we jump into stuff, I just wanted to mention, if you're watching the show and you think that somebody could benefit from the information because this is going to be a good one, I can feel it already in my bones. And in my,
what you call it?
Who knows? All right. If you think you can, if you think that somebody could benefit from this, please share this video or this video link into some of the Bearded Dragon groups, because that is the one place that I've seen I can't be in a Beardie group anymore because I can't. My eyes just feel like they want to fall out with the stuff that I see in there. So if you guys don't mind sharing this into some Bearded Dragon groups, that'd be great. So I guess that's the first question. Let me just throw this up on the screen so I can remember where we are. So how did you, so the first question is, how did you become interested in working with bearded dragons? I think you mentioned now that it was the most common one that you saw coming into your veterinary clinic. But what made you want to then go into full-on field research into these guys, mate?
Okay, so back like 20 years ago, I was in the Australian Herpetological Society. I was rehoming animals, and I got 2 beardies to rehome. I decided to keep one of them and rehome the other one, and I got all this information, how you keep this and stuff like that, and so I was keeping it how people said to, 35 degrees to 25 degrees. You feed them insects and stuff like that, and he did pretty well. I quickly learned that you got to up the hot spot to about 40, 42 degrees because, he started getting sick. And then from there, I was doing my veterinary studies. And for veterinary studies, you've got to do a week placement on a sheep property, a week placement on a cattle property, a week placement on a horse property. And you got to go around to carry out practical, so you know how to work with the husbandry of these species.
Yeah.
So I looked at the university map of where I could go for sheep placement, and I looked and I saw a property in the far western New South Wales, and I was like, and then I opened up. What do we got here?
Oh, there's the one book.
It was the earlier version.
I remember you doing this, Johnny. The reason why you picked this property.
Reptiles of Australia. I opened up and I looked through and I was like, okay, overlap the map of this sheep farm and then the distribution of all these animals. And I said, I'm going to find a lot of animals on this property. So that's why I chose to go out there. And when I chose to go out, I remember driving to Bourke. So for those that aren't in Australia, we say there's a saying called the back of Bourke, which means literally out back, like way out west. This property I was on was a 3-hour drive west of Bourke. And I stayed in Bourke overnight and then continued going the next morning. And I hit the road at about 9 a.m. And I saw about 100 bearded dragons over about 3 hours that morning. And I was just like amazed. And I was like,
heaven.
I remember the air temperature on the Toyota Prado said it was 24 degrees, but in the sun, it was just baking. And these things were in the middle of the road, just like loving the heat. And I was like, okay, this is like, it just opens your eyes once you see them in the wild. Just like, mate, everything they're telling us is just wrong. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I'm going to study these guys. And I remember, like back then, I was, keen vet student. I was like, give me all the like research papers on bearded dragons, veterinary wise. There was nothing. There was nothing on their bloods. There was nothing on common diseases or anything. So this is like, 15, almost 20 years ago. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to do blood parameters on it. So people can go into the vet, bring their bearded dragon. The vet can take the blood and go, yep, this is what's wrong with your bearded dragon, which organ system. And so, so that's what really got me saying, I'm going to study these. And it wasn't until almost 11 years later where I took a break, started doing my own thing and said, you know what, I've still got this drive in my head to get this done. I had a look around and there were studies done in other countries and they were just like in captivity, kept poorly, and they had parameters. And you're like, how can that be right? We know husbandry influences these blood parameters in reptiles so much that how do we know what's right if we don't get it from a wild dragon that's living how it's meant to live? So that's what really got me into it. And so there's always been that drive to go get that information. So
there was something that I remember from, and I guess that's one of the first hurdles to climb is finding a population that's the size, and that's because to do field research is not, you don't just do field research. You need to have a plan, and you need to have animals to do the research on. And it's always great to find. Like I was planning to do like a home range study on chameleons in the wild, because nobody knows what happens to them. And this is years 94 or something like that. Nobody knew where they went during winter. They just disappear, chameleons, and it's a species that's arboreal. So I mean, where do they go? And I was trying to find populations to do something like that on, and I know it was a mission, so that would have been a great thing to know, to get to that point where you want to do research and you go, I've got this idea and I know exactly where to find the population that I need to work on and the numbers that you need to work on. So that would have been great, just knowing, I've got the idea, I know where to go.
I've got big numbers.
Yeah, the numbers. It's all about the numbers, really, in data collecting. So, I guess the second question here, you've sort of jumped into this, and we'll jump back again. So the second question is, what was the aim of your field research on bearded dragons? Because I saw the article that you shared, but in layman's terms, just give us a rundown of what you were doing. I've got a photo here of you out in the bush. Let's just put it up here. There we go. So that's you out. Where was this photo taken?
This one is between Ford's Bridge and Tooral, which is about a 45-minute. Well, it depends on how fast you're doing it and how many beardies you're catching. But if you floor it, it's about 45 minutes west of Burke. That's starting deep into the bearded. The central bearded dragon country, from about 100 kilometers, I'd say 50 kilometers east of Burke is where you get the transition between the eastern bearded dragon and then the central bearded dragon. So we're well into the central bearded dragon territory.
A question that you might know. So did you ever find that there was intergrade zones in there where they would interbreed, where you found dragons with traits from both, or was it a clear dividing line?
I found one young animal, which I suspect was an intergrade.
Yeah.
It's not called an intergrade. It's called a hybrid once it's different species.
Okay,
intergrade is between two subspecies.
Yep.
So we found possibly one, but when you pick them up, most of them, like we found them either side. So you go Ningen, which is 200 kilometers southeast of Burke.
Yeah.
You get about 30 kilometers out of Ningen, and you get good overlap of the different species, and you pick them up, and side by side, they got distinguishing features that say they're different species,
and they live in the same environment, and they fill up the same niche roles and everything in that environment.
Kind of. They do have similar behavior.
Yeah.
But once you start getting towards Ningen, it starts the forest, the tree cover becomes a bit thicker.
Yeah.
We can talk about like the differences, because I came across a study by Judith Badham done 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And she was the one, her work actually split the whole bearded dragon group from subspecies into species level. And she did a whole bunch of research as why they start changing. And why, and she even tried hybridization experiments in the wild and stuff like that. So
that's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't think, because I haven't been in central bearded dragon territory, so I don't know. I've seen eastern bearded dragons, but I haven't seen where they live in nature. So what was so to get back to that question before we veered off topic, I think that's going to happen a few times. So today, because there's just a lot to cover.
We never stay on topic. It always goes.
So the basic.
So the aim.
Yes.
The aim was so when you go to when a human goes, I'm sick, I'm going to the doctor, your GP pulls blood from you and will send it off to the lab. The lab has all these biomarkers, the normal ranges of what your kidney, your liver, your blood, red blood levels, your white blood count, everything, there's a normal range in which 99% of humans will fall into. So if it's out of that, there's something wrong, and they can specify it to an organ. It's been done with dogs. It's been done with cats. It's been done with horses, cows, pigs. And so what I wanted to do is get a database of the normal ranges of wild bearded dragons.
Yep.
So when the pet bearded dragon comes into the vet clinic, the vet can pull some blood and run it against all these biomarkers and say, okay, it has liver failure, it's currently ovulating, it's, got leukemia, so to give you an idea of the health status of your bearded dragon. And the side benefit of it as well is, as I said, husbandry highly affects their blood parameters. You can even tell, okay, this person's husbandry is off as well from these blood parameters. So that was the main aim of the study. I started going out doing it. Next minute, do you have UV index readings on it? Do you have temperature readings on them? Do you have humidity readings on them? I was just getting all these questions, and I was like, no. Okay, well, I'll start doing that. So I started collecting all this other data because we were seeing so many. I was like, okay, we might as well collect it. And it started really building this database of all these statistics. And as you said before, like numbers, like every time we go out, we spend probably 6 weeks of every year out there over 3 years. And every time I went out there, it was like, we're noticing something different in behavior, or we're noticing this. And it's just getting the numbers to form a pattern, because you get one bearded dragon and he's sitting out there at a UV index of 10, and you think, they all need 10. That dragon was sitting there guarding his territory, trying to make sure no one else was around. And so there was an influencing factor. So once you get all the numbers, you realize it's a different, so you can't just grab one animal and say, I know that animal. And but
I guess that's the dirty work that nobody wants to really do. They just want to read a book and they want to assume that the book was right. And it takes pioneers, or it takes the pioneers of the industry to go out there. And I know you said that was like the peripheral stuff. You had your aims of the research that the science, but that also counts as, that's important information that also would have an effect on all that work that you did with their blood. All of these factors would have a role to play in the overall health of a bearded dragon, especially an animal that's dependent on sun, for their overall well-being. It would have a major effect on them. So you did all these measurements and stuff. So how much data did you collect? How many sets of data did you collect?
How many lizards did you collect to get the data?
I got officially 158 animals. Wow. And then, we just collected a whole lot of data on additional ones that I couldn't use due to, I had too many males, so I eliminated them. Just data from there. But the interesting thing is I collected a whole lot of data on other species out there that we were catching as well.
Yeah.
By the end of it, I should have called myself Shingleback Vet, because the number of shinglebacks we were catching.
I saw that.
Central dragons as well.
So when you say caught, did you actually just cruise the roads to find what was, sitting on top of the fence post or in a tree or whatever, or did you actually use trapping techniques as well, like buckets or lines?
It was just cruising on the roads, going you get a good eye for, I'm a keen herper. I've been on many herp trips.
Same.
A good set of eyes on me.
Once your eyes get into focus.
And once you do it, you're going down the road and just okay, there's a Beardie's head popping out of the sand at 100 meters away, and you just stop and go grab it.
At 100 kilometers an hour as well. So I remember
we started slowing it down to 60 kilometers an hour because we didn't need to cover. We were just there. That's the difference. I'd been on many herp trips, and you're going at 100 kilometers an hour and trying to spot things, and you find one or two. And you're like, I kind of know bearded dragons or this type of animal, you've seen it. But once you slow down and you start collecting hundreds of one species, you just start to learn a lot about them. It's the first time I've like in the herp trips, I was like, okay, let's just find anything. But once I started doing this study, it was like, no, we're just going for bearded dragons, and that's our aim. And yeah, we just focused on that, and we started getting a lot of seeing a lot of patterns and getting the data from there and understanding them a lot more personally, but also putting it into trying to translate what this behavior was doing or why it was doing that. So
did you find?
I forgot on the question now.
Darren, just before we go on, I just wanted to mention, I forgot to mention at the start. So because ZoomEd's our sponsor for this show, they're running a competition that should go live on their Facebook page. So go to ZoomEd Australia. I think 4:30 is when they'll go post up. And then you can, if you like and share the post, the first 5 people that do that can get a jar of their bearded dragon diet that they've kindly sponsored us a competition for. So go over there at about 4:30, and there should be a post up. I'll go and have a look as well and see if it went live, and share and like it, or there should be instructions there on how to win yourself a can of bearded dragon food, artificial bearded dragon. Oh, it's not artificial. I think it's all natural ingredients with them. But yeah, thanks to ZoomEd. So Darren, that's the last time I'll mention this.
No.
I just forgot.
Do the plug.
You know, like I'll get a slap on the wrist if I don't mention it. You know, so yeah. What were you saying?
Of course. I was going to say, like, I know in the past, back in the day, like, I've done a lot of herping out there myself and everything. Did you find in your search for beardies that in the peak heat of the day they would disappear? Did you find most of them was in a nice morning sun, and then sometimes in the afternoon? I always found that when you're out cruising the roads, it was always in the morning. Once you got to lunchtime, heat of the day, nothing. Like the bearded dragons would disappear and central netters would pop out, for example. You know, but like no beardy. Did you find a similar, like a pattern between when you would find them, the better time?
Yeah, definitely. Like we had our prescribed what we call beardie hour. Because we as soon as like someone flicks a switch and they all just come out. So the typical pattern throughout just general for the day was hit the road about 8 a.m. By the time it's 8 a.m., sometimes it was still 15 degrees. And then by about 9 a.m., we start getting the shinglebacks. And then by 10 a.m., 10:30, the shinglebacks disappear. Then the bearded dragons appear at about 10:30. It's highly dependent on the season, which we noticed as well, which I can talk a bit on. But about 10:30 to almost midday, the bearded dragons would come out. So by this time, air temperatures hitting around 21, 22 degrees. But they would come up and we would see them. And then once it hit midday, they would all disappear. It depends.
Sorry to interrupt you. I've got, would any of those graphs, I've got some graphs of yours here. One average temperatures. Is that there? Do you want me to throw that up so we can have a look at that? Or is that something do you want to just talk about first?
I'll talk a bit more and then I'll have a look through.
Okay, let's not, because we've got the option for multimedia, you know, like let's use let's use anything at our disposal, you know. So so you mentioned okay, so sorry, mate.
Yeah, so they start disappearing at about midday. So in the springtime, it would obviously, that time would extend till about 2 p.m. and then they'd disappear at about 2 p.m. and then from about 3 p.m. they would come out again. But when I say come out again, they wouldn't be full basking in the sun. They would be actually sitting under kind of shaded filtered light. And it would, and these were mainly males that were sitting there. They're in a highly visible spot, but they've reached their temperature. They've reached their preferred optimal body temperature. And then they would just sit there and kind of guard their territory. And they would do that till about 4 or 5 p.m. and then disappear. This is in springtime. But once it got in the springtime, the females, early morning they would expose themselves, but then once the air temperature got to a certain level, they would too go to an area that was under cover, but then they would do that for the afternoon, then they would disappear, and then they would re-emerge after sunset.
Oh.
And yeah, so
the
sun would have just gone down.
But what do they do then? Do they? What's the purpose of them coming out after? Because we, in captivity, they do nothing when they go to sleep.
Lights go out. It's bedtime.
Why would a bearded dragon come out at night? Tell us, please, Doctor.
What happens is that they were going out, and late afternoon it starts getting a bit cooler again, and the humidity starts going up, and that's when their food source, their main protein source, all the termites start coming above ground.
Yeah.
And the females would go to those termite lines or wherever they go and gorge themselves on termites, and suddenly they've got a stomach full of termites, and so they need some extra heat. So they would come back to the edge of the road. They would come back to actually on the road. And it's actually a common myth that you'll hear is that bearded dragons don't feel belly heat. They definitely do. We were grabbing these dragons. So the air temperature was 19, 20 degrees, but they were sitting on the road. These females were sitting on the road.
Yeah.
And I was getting the digital laser thermometer, hitting their back and going, oh, that's pretty cool. I pick them up and you do their belly and it's like 35, 37 degrees on their belly. And they're just using that extra heat to digest those termites, and they're all gravid as well at the time, so they're using it as extra energy to
cook the eggs.
Cook the eggs, really.
Do you think that roads have had an impact on their behavior? Because what would they have done? Did you ever see that type of behavior on rocks or stuff like that at night, or was it mainly on roads?
So there's some areas where we go to. Well, when I say roads, this is for Europeans, Australian roads out there. Some of them have bitumen, but most of them are like sand, dirt, gravel, whatever. And so these rocks. There was this area where we went to. It was just like this, like ball gravel, and there were all these rocks pushed to the side. And these rocks would stay cold like the whole morning. And it wasn't till late afternoon that they really got warmed up. So they'd actually go to these rocks and sit on these rocks.
Yeah.
So, roads have definitely helped them out. I think especially for male dragons love it as well, because they can see for hundreds of meters their territory, and they can display and make sure any other male knows they're around. So it's something that they do like. They do actually like a big open area. They don't like to sit in an area where there's lots of tree cover, because they can't deal with birds and stuff like that coming around. They want something where they can see for hundreds of meters around them, if possible. So
I guess that's why fence posts was such a popular place for them. I remember doing field trips, you'd often find them sitting on a fence post in a territorial area. I remember going past one, was actually going nuts on the fence post, sitting up high, head bobbing and carrying on, and pulled over the car to get some photos and stuff. And then I wouldn't even be 5 meters behind, I heard another scuffle in the grass, and there was a female running, like not far behind. So I could only imagine he was up there doing his head bobs. Obviously, it was in the breeding season. Yeah. So
here's a question for you. How far apart did you find these males displayed? How far would the gaps be in between? I'm assuming it's home ranges. Did you find that males had their own specific home ranges, and what size? What were the distances?
So we know, and I know this from Judith Badham's study, but also from our observations. We find males. Generally, they're no closer than about 50 to 80 meters apart. So, we'll catch one on one side of the road, and then you go 50 meters down the road on the other side, and there's another male displaying there as well. So that's about as close as they want to get. We actually saw some dragons actually come back from combat fights and stuff like that. But what they'll do is, so how it works is a male will springtime start displaying. They'll have two males will come. They'll have they'll square off head to tail, and they'll start circling. And what will happen is they'll start lunging at each other's tails. And there's a big difference between the Easterns and the Centrals. The Easterns, and this is probably why the Easterns have erased barbs on their tail.
Yeah.
The Easterns will actually use their tail to flick each other in the face, whereas Centrals don't. Centrals will just lunge at each other's tail and try to bite each other's tail and then start rolling and all that stuff like that. And so they'll do that. If one stands down, he'll either run off or he'll stand down, then the other one will do a dominant ride and ride on top of him and bite his neck and start stamping. And then the one that's defeated will go off, and the male actually, that dominant male will tolerate a subdominant male in his territory, provided he doesn't arc up and start displaying. But generally, once that springtime stuff happens, they get a defined hierarchy there. And females, actually, there'll be multiple females within that home range. And we found it several times that there'd be an overseeing dominant male, and then we'd find several females within there. And they're usually, females will not generally go to a high point to display. They don't want to get eaten.
Was dominance size dependent, or how do you think they gauge?
Generally from the studies and what we saw, it was size dependent. But you do get some very cranky small ones out there, as we've experienced. But it is generally size dependent. But yeah, that's how it works out there. And we saw many dragons with bitten tails in the breeding season. We've found ones with actually ones where their tails are broken.
Oh.
We saw one, we remember watching him, we got there just after they had it, and he was going back across, and he was disheveled. But we also had one with a broken tail that walked across the road, and his tail was super high.
Oh yeah.
And, he walked across. But another thing about, we say that they don't feel belly heat or they don't use the heat. They'll actually use, when they walk, a lot of these males, they'll expose themselves to higher temperatures than what they want to due to territorial issues. No. But once they go across a hot road and they're overheated, they'll actually go to a shaded area where the sand's cooler and then slump their bodies down to actually get rid of that.
Dissipate the heat
out of their body. Yeah.
With with the females, I remember a long time ago, maybe one of the AHS talks, Glenn Shade was talking about blue tongues, and he mentioned how a male would dominate a certain area, and then you'd have, maybe 5 or 6 females that would overlap into that male's territory. Did you find females were the same? Would the females have their own territory and they would defend it to other females, or that wasn't the case? Females would just free range wherever they wanted to go, sort of thing?
Females generally free range. So the initiation of breeding is actually done by the female. She will become receptive, and then she will approach the dominant male, only the dominant male, and then tongue touch him.
Yeah.
And then that's a signal to the male that she's ready. And then they'll actually do breeding from bearded dragons, and this is why it's such a problem keeping 2 bearded dragons, even if they're male and female, within an enclosure. The breeding of bearded dragons initiates from a dominance face-off of 2 males. So she'll either turn, and then the male will do a dominance ride, then bite her neck, and then go for breeding. Or if she's not ready, she'll actually face off and then fight him or run away. So That's why we get a lot. And like when I say a lot, we get, oh yeah, it's a male and female, it'll be right. And then breeding season comes along, and next minute we got broken jaws, arms bitten off, tails. Yeah, it's just so.
Same with monitors.
So it's actually it's initiated through dominance behavior, which
I've literally
turn either way.
And people don't seem to realize that how big a Beardie's mouth can open. I've seen adult males literally chomp down on adult females' heads and kill them with one bite.
Yep.
And it was in breedings just from being overzealous, just from wanting to get the game on, and the girls just gets in the wrong side of the mouth, and they just can't survive a bite from that, from a big male, So it's interesting that you mention it, that males and females, if she's not ready, that they'll have a standoff, and she'll show that she's not in the mood, and let's fight.
I'll give you. I'll just share an image from my screen of the bite force of a male. So
they bloody hurt.
There you go.
This is our. This guy was the pit bull of bearded dragons. Look at his eyes dilated.
So you stick your finger here, buddy.
We got him, and he was displaying. We knew he was the dominant male of the area, just the way he was displaying. And he actually grabbed one of my research assistant's fingers, and he screamed so hard, he literally split through the nail there.
I see the finger. Him. Just go onto that. Click onto that photo with the finger.
Oh, did you see the finger?
No,
not yet.
I don't know why.
Okay, hang on a sec. This isn't.
I've noticed that I was showing photos before as well, and it didn't quite show the photo that.
I remember I got nailed a long time ago as well. Same thing. Mum ran under the car, and I've put my hand under to try to get it out from under the car so I could drive away. And it literally latched on my thumb, on top and bottom, like jaw over the top like that, and it actually sliced through the nail on both sides. It mine was side to side, not top nail to bottom of the thumb. So mine was actually left and right hand side of the thumb, and actually sliced down and cut into the nail on both sides. And it was bloody painful. It was blood pouring out everywhere. But
the bite force on.
We forget.
Can you see that picture?
Yeah, I showed it. Yeah, I showed it.
Yeah,
there you go.
But the bite force on that, if that had been his pinky finger, I reckon it would have removed it, like dead set. The scream that we heard, and me and the other research assistant Pete, we thought he was taking the piss, and we just started laughing.
Yeah,
and until we had to reef this bearded dragon off his finger. And we were like, oh, this could have ended real badly if it was a different finger.
And it's not like near civilization as well,
Oh, no. We were like 3 hours drive from a country town, which had probably didn't even have a doctor there. It was probably just a nurse. It's like, So
let's have a look at some of these photos. So I've showed a photo of some of these Beardies that lying on under a tree on sand. So I'm assuming that's what you're referring to when you said the males that get their batteries overcharged, they have to go release some of the energy. Because somebody compared bearded dragons to, like, most reptiles are like batteries, really. So they'll take up the energy from the sun to get where they need to be. And if they overdo it, then they have to get rid of it somehow. So it's interesting that they've adapted to know how to control temperature by just putting their stomach on sand. I mean, anybody that's ever sat outside in the Melbourne heat, and it's boiling outside, and you just dig your feet.
Sorry, did you say Melbourne heat? Is that a joke?
Come on,
Melbourne and heat.
It gets hot here in Melbourne.
Gets to 20 degrees down there.
46-degree days. Then things go horribly wrong when it's like that hot. So, but let's have a look at some of these other questions, because there's always these questions. So you mean when you said the 50 meters apart, so it's not 1200 mil. I mean, I thought that 4 foot is big enough for Beardie, like, isn't that the thing? 4 foot enclosures big enough
by
for
2 foot.
Yeah, or less, 30 centimeters.
Yeah.
Big enough for one male. Yeah.
After seeing them in the wild now, I would, for me personally, I would do 5 to 6 foot minimum. Actually, I wouldn't. I would just build an outdoor enclosure if I was still living in Australia and put them in a big outdoor enclosure. It's just to see the natural behavior in the wild, and then you compare it to a bearded dragon that sits underneath the heat all day is not right. They have a definitive biphasic button, which you want to replicate. Once you get that, you're hitting captivity. That biphasic.
So just for people that don't know what that means, biphasic, just explain the word biphasic.
It means in 2 phases. So you get the basking in the morning until up to the heat, and then they'll either go to, depending on the season, go to display and forage, and then come out and bask again in the late afternoon just to get that heat back again. They're not, as we know, as we mentioned before, they don't like the really heat. They want to get up to temperature because it's energy consuming if you want to get your heat up the whole time. They want to switch their heat on, get their immune system going, digest food if they have to, get their speed up so they can hunt. And then they will be happy to just sit there and go actually down a little bit, because once the temperature comes down, they're not chewing calories anymore. If they start eating during that other part of the day, then they come out again just to get their gut, their intestines going again. It's very, there's 2 types of kind of adaptation that arid animals have developed, and that's either change your behavior to deal with the heat, or change your physiology, operate at a higher operating temperature to deal with the heat and make use of the heat. So bearded dragons have got a bit of both. They have a bit higher preferred optimal body temperature than your easterns, but also they bask earlier and later, and bask earlier in the day and bask later in the day and avoid the heat of the day. Whereas your central netted dragons, your earless dragons, they go, nah, let's just turn our heat up and just bask at the hottest part of the day, and we'll consume a lot of energy, we'll breed really fast, but we'll die really fast. So
amazing.
So bearded dragons fall in the one where they use their behavior to deal with the heat. So
interesting stuff. So let's talk about sand. I think that's one of the what everybody's been waiting
topic.
What everybody's been waiting for. It's sand.
So this is, I was told this by all the reptile vets that were my mentors and everything. You shouldn't keep beardies on sand. This was totally opposite to what I did. All the guys I used to keep, we'd never had problems with it. I got into clinic, and I wouldn't say I saw a heap of problems with it in clinic. We saw a lot of other problems, but sand was, in the early days, I probably only saw about, I would say I could count on a hand, probably 5 cases of sand impaction.
Do you think a lot of those issues that they say they have when they take their beardies to you, they blame on sand unnecessarily? Because I mean, you'd know, Johnny, back in the day when I had beardies and you come over, they were all kept on sand. Every dragon and lizard is always kept on sand. Never had any problems. You know what I mean? But do you think people blame it on sand when it's something else?
So they see sand impaction and go, sand's the problem. Sand's the symptom of the problem.
Yeah.
So we don't, and that's what a lot of the veterinary literature looked at is saying that they're looking at, okay, there's sand in there, so don't keep your bearded dragon on sand. You're not treating the condition, you're treating the symptom in that case, which is bad veterinary medicine. you're not getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
And I tell you what, people that I would say well over 80% of dragons that come to me aren't on sand, but they're impacted with food.
Yeah.
It's so there was a study. It was a big cohort study between 3 vet clinics over here. The Brno in the Czech Republic, vet school there, Vienna Vet Med, 2 clinics that I've done my externships with back when I was training. And then there's another vet clinic on the outskirts of Vienna. And they did a study on presentations of bearded dragons for what they came in for. And we're talking about countries where it is federal law to keep your bearded dragon on a loose substrate. So pretty much every dragon is kept on loose substrate. Less than 8% of cases are due to sand impaction. Well over 50, something close to 70% of those cases had metabolic bone disease and parasites. So, and those other cases that didn't, they didn't check for metabolic bone disease. So you're talking about it's an underlying metabolic bone disease. Pica, the eating of something they're not meant to eat for all animals, humans, is called pica.
Yeah. And
it's unknown, or there are certain cases, nutritional deficiencies, stuff like that. Every bearded dragon that I saw in clinic that had eaten sand, look back at it now. This is before we had our, Reptisun T5s, which provide good UV. They were all like screw-in UV, T8 UV, and like now we look back at it and we know about UV index and everything. Mate, we should have just been buying fluorescent lights from Bunnings that put out 0, because pretty much all those lights were putting out 0 at where the bearded dragon is.
So do you think it's a metabolic, it's a calcium issue that causes their stomach to not be able to expel, or what do you think?
It partly is. So calcium is required in all cells of the body.
Yeah.
To muscle cells to contract, smooth muscle, and also fast twitch, your skeletal muscle. The muscle gets bathed in calcium, and that causes it to contract.
Yeah.
With no calcium, the muscle can't contract. But there was a study done by Unix et al. They got young bearded dragons, and they raised them. So they raised a group of them with vitamin D supplementation.
Yeah.
And they found out the metabolic needs for vitamin D. Then they did another group at 2 times the amount of vitamin D and 4 times the amount of vitamin D. And then they got a group that they exposed them to UV for 2 hours a day. And they found that not only the bearded dragons don't absorb vitamin D through the digestive system efficiently, but they also found that the dragons that were exposed to UV actually ate items with lower vitamin D. So they ate more greens. Yeah. So these animals know that they have enough or not enough vitamins and minerals coming in. So we'll try to supplement it.
Yes,
so where's the source of calcium, possible source of calcium, if you're not getting calcium?
I think sorry, Jonathan, I think this question fits in well with that. So now to link that back to what you've observed in their wild environment. So based on the activity, the biphasic is biphasic, isn't it? That you made that's the right word, yeah?
Yep.
Based on that, how many hours a day would you say then they need to be exposed to proper UV to avoid all of that? Well, how would you run a UV? How would you provide UV, and when would you provide UV to keep them healthy then?
I would tie my UV to the basking light and getting them at appropriate basking temperatures.
Yeah.
The UV, the absorption of UV and converting it to vitamin D3 for use is a very complicated process. Actually, I have a graph I'll show. Francis Baines actually did this, so I'll pop this one up if you can see it.
Yeah.
Let me just share my screen. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, you should be able to see it.
Yep.
Is it full screen now?
Yeah. Hold on, I'll make it full screen. There we go.
Tell me when you got full screen.
Yeah.
So they require the UVB, and that changes cholesterol in the skin to pre-vitamin D3, but they also need warmth. So they need correct basking temperatures. And this is a big problem, especially for people that are, 35-degree hotspots. This is compounding the problem. Not only is the UV, well, if they're not providing UV efficiently, but also the warmth to convert it to vitamin D3. So we need to tie it in closely with the basking temperatures.
Yeah.
And then once you see, then they got vitamin D3. It's converted by the liver to calcidiol, and then to the kidneys calcitriol, which tells them how much calcium to absorb from the intestinal system. And so a liver's a big part of it as well. And the majority of pet bearded dragons have liver disease.
Yeah.
So, where this is how much these animals are getting screwed over. So it's there's multiple facets there, and it's the technical term for metabolic bone disease is nutritional secondary hypoparathyroidism. Nutritional.
Yeah.
So if the diet's wrong as well, you're gonna be having problems as well. Which I would say 80%, 90% of dragons have got poor diet.
So it's basically a pyramid that needs to be, the foundations need to, so it's all these little blocks that make that at the peak it's a healthy dragon. So it's all these little blocks that have to be in the right place for these animals to be healthy. I mean, so it's not just a matter of we give it UV light. It's about giving the UV light and giving temperature, giving the right temperature for it, and then the right food for it to be able to digest the food right and convert it into by using the temperature. So it's,
but also that's it. So
I remember back in when we first started, as you remember, John, when we first started distributing reptile products with Neil. I remember Neil went and bought a UVB meter to actually test some of the UVB output fluoros and that you used to get. And I'd been breeding dragons for many, many years, thought you're doing the right thing as you did back then. And we decided to test a few, and you'd have a basking rock, and you'd have your mesh lid on top, and then you'd have your heat light and everything. And first thing you find is, well, you need to increase your hotspot. So mine was always minimum 35 upwards, and they'd sit there. But then when you actually had the meter there testing the UV, of course it was generally less than, further away than like say 20 centimeters. The UV there was almost not there. There was like virtually none. 5 centimeters, suddenly it quadruples, so I changed the way I did things by bringing the UV lights inside the mesh lid, right? And then obviously, raising the heat rock to get the temperatures. And the difference, obviously with the pineal eye, the difference in the lizards was like astronomical. Suddenly, the activity levels are up, their feeding was much better, just the overall health and well-being of the animal. You could actually see a difference in how well those animals started to behave, But without that thing, you think, oh, okay, I'm doing it right,
And Darren, the up to about 2015, people were still using the wrong solar meter. Like this
back in 2004, 2005.
I was always using the solar meter with the green label on it, and that just measured UV output. Like it measured that if the globe was actually emitting UV. And then because I had a long conversation with Francis Baines, because I started following that advanced reptile keeping group that they run and stuff like that, and I was like, okay, but what is this? So it's the UV index meter now. So why do we use the old? So I had a chat with her and she explained to me the different wavelengths of UVB and which wavelengths were the most efficient. And that's just in recent times that we've even just got an understanding of the right wavelengths. You did a lot of that in their range, in their natural range as well, with the UV index meters. Where did you find I know I've got a graph here of all the different UV meters, all the UV readings that you got, but where did you find that they were? So I'm assuming during that day where they were in the shade and stuff, did you do a UVB meter or UV index measurements in where you found them as well?
Yeah, so wherever they were sitting basking,
yeah,
we would take the measurement. We capture them, hold the UVB meter, the solar meter 6.5. We would hold it at their back level and the direction that they were facing, and measure it. And that's where I went into it, thinking, oh, these guys are going to have crazy high UV index readings. But once we started to realize, okay, these guys are moving out of the peak UV index. So they were moving to the dappled areas, and it's 10. So we went out, springtime, you're going to be peaking at about 11 UV index at midday. But by midday, they were sitting underneath trees, sitting underneath the shade cover with dappled sunlight, and it would halve it to 5 like that. So we were measuring off their backs exactly where they laid, so we knew that what basking UV index they were at. And at first I thought it was going to be really high, because I know, even on the coast of Australia, spring, summertime, it's still stupidly high UV index, as well as in the desert. It's, summertime, you're talking about 13 on Australia's coast. But we noticed summertime, peak of summer, if they're going to bask, because a lot of them go into estivation during summer. If they're going to bask, they're out at 8 a.m., 9 a.m. UV index is 2. They're not. So, even though you get to the hottest part and the UV index starts going higher, and during summer, they're basking earlier in the day when the UV index is still around that 4 to 5. So that's, we were catching the animals anyway. So whack the UV index meter there and get a good read on it, and a lot of numbers, because as I said before, you get one male bearded dragon who's decided to go in the middle of the road, and in the middle of the day in spring, he's going to have a UV index of 10. And then you go, okay, well, I need to provide 10. No, you don't. You need to get numbers of it.
So I guess that sort of answers the question, though. If in captivity, a cage should then so you wouldn't just put a UV light in there and let that dragon sit under that. And I think that's a big mistake a lot of keepers do as well. They provide UV everywhere in the cage and not give the dragon a ability to get away from UV. I mean, it's just common sense. I thought I kept them for the longest time under UV everywhere in the cage. And it's only when I started to give them places to hide or switch off the lights. Because I used to have two, like the zones that you talk about. So I'd let the lights come on in the morning, the UV come on for a couple of hours in the morning, and I'd switch the lights off around 12 o'clock. Around 12, I'd cut out the UV lights, and they were the T5 zoom ed lights. And then I'd have a small, like one of these down lights, when we still use proper down lights, not the LED ones. I'd have a piece of slate, a square piece of slate under that, real close, and that would stay on just to give them a spot to go and warm up if they need to warm up. But I found that once they've stopped, they use that early in the morning and they'd move away from it sort of during those phases. So even captive bred dragons know this. It's in their DNA to know that this is how they need to warm themselves. And then I'd have the UV come on late in the afternoon for another hour or so, and they'd use it again. And they'd sit under there and bask. So it's important to. So I guess one of a tip that I could give is, provide your animals or your dragons especially with areas where they can get out from the heat and out from the UV light, and you can only achieve that in a big cage. A small cage, you're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, that's it. You also got to understand is that with the current technology, I think it's about to change, but we can only have it output at X amount for that time. For example, if you get your Reptisun 10 and you have it at the basking spot at 4, UV index of 4, it's at 4 the whole time. Yeah. So if you provide it the whole day, it's at 4 the whole time. Whereas that's not how it works in the wild. In the wild, it's 0 at dawn. By about 9, 10, it's up to 2. And then by midday, it's, going up to 10, 11. And then it tapers back off during the day. But in captivity, because of the current technology we have, we can only provide it at X amount. And if you leave it on for the whole day, it's at that the whole day. So if your basking spot's at 4.1, which is what we found the average for a bearded dragon, it's at 4.1 UV index under the basking light the whole day. So if you had that UV strip covering the whole of the tank, that's not natural. They don't have it at 4.1 the whole day. So that's why it's important to overlap it with the hotspot and not cover the whole tank. Have a UV gradient as well.
Yeah.
But so they can get away from it. And because it is tied with basking, and you want to cover the whole animal as well. So the basking spot, the heat covers the whole animal, but also the UV index covers the whole animal. So you want a nice, at the moment we got, you get put in a 2-foot tube, and that's big enough to cover a bearded dragon. And then the bearded dragon can move away, UV gradient goes down, and then if it wants to bask again, it will go back underneath it. It has the warmth, it has the UV. Right. So that's an important thing at the moment. And I think, depending on what happens, is we're about to go into the LED.
I saw that. I saw they factory them.
And the verdict's still out at the moment. As a vet, I'm warning everyone, just hold off until they're tested properly.
Yeah.
But the benefit of the UV from an LED is that you can dim it. So you could you could tie it with the hotspot, so you simulate the UV index increase over the day, but you could also increase the temperature of your tank over the day under the hotspot to simulate the wild and to truly get a wild,
more natural environment.
I know.
I changed from, back in the day, it was like your 4-foot fluoros or 3-foot or 2-foot, whatever, and I actually ended up changing to domed compacts with your, the little metal shrouds with the metalling that would reflect it as well. Yep. So I would actually create, a spot zone along with a hotspot. You create a UV hotspot as well, so they could come and bask there, get a higher amount of UV. But if they went down the other end of the tank, there was nothing other than obviously ambient temperatures down there.
Can I just say one thing? Darren, I think you've got the noisiest chair in the world.
Oh, no, it's squeaky. It's because there's a fat bloke sitting on it.
Just hearing that. It's
groaning and moaning. It's an old chair. It's comfy, though. It's like a lounge chair.
The hardest thing about those compacts is that it will provide a UV index really high in a very small area in the center. Yeah. And then it goes out. So it's really hard for the dragon, especially a bearded dragon. They're not small. They're like, to get its middle of its back might be at a UV of 7, whereas once it gets to its arm, it's at a UV of 1. So it works well for things like central netteds, or if you're lucky enough to get onto some Tympanocryptus species, your earless dragons, it works really well for the small species.
So tiny,
For bigger species, and monitors, for example, you want a big, cover the whole animal.
Depending on the monitor. My Ackies had a big light in them,
Yeah, and that's, that was one of the problems with your mercury vapor globes.
Actually, that's what I was about to say. I used to use I used to use mercury vapors on my Aki's 100-watt ones.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
And they have a very focused UV. Like I tested one the other day at 45 centimeters. This is some brand. It was a well-known brand, and I measured it at 45 centimeters through mesh.
Yeah.
And it was a UV index of 18 in the middle.
Jeez.
That is like, it never gets to UVO of 18 anywhere on Earth other than on the edges of the atmosphere. Like, and I burnt that in for a week. And yeah, and they not only, you've ever taken a photo of a mercury vapor, you look underneath it and it looks green.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's greeny blue. Yeah. It doesn't have that like the UV spectrum. It has spikes in it, and we can't see it with the naked eye, but the camera interprets it. Like there's spikes in the color rendition of it, so it's not really. It makes the vision of the reptile look, because reptiles can see in UV. It makes the color rendition really bad for a reptile. And there were talks that it didn't have the UVA in the right spectrum to prevent runaway vitamin D3 production.
But I'm sure lights like that would cause other issues as well. If it's that intense, you'll get burns, like cancer, cancer forming. I mean, I'm just shooting here. Just tell me if but it could cause blind. Like, I mean, that it's just not. That's just not good for any living creature to have that type of UV output.
Yeah. You get things like photokeratitis, the keratin on the cornea of the eye would get inflamed, but also you'd get there are types of cancers that bearded dragons have got on their backs in their skin, which are related to extremely high UV. So the reason, like we look at, everyone goes, oh yeah, bearded dragons need really high UV. The reason why they need high UV is that they've evolved to have really UV resistant skin. So you need high UV for them to develop the vitamin D3. Whereas, the average Caucasian white human doesn't have the melanin in their skin, and they're going to cook at a UVI of 2. Whereas African American people have a lot of melanin, and that blocks a lot of UV. Yeah. So that's actually in Australia and other parts of the world where there's the African American type skin, they're actually recommended to have vitamin D3 supplements because they cannot get enough with our current time, how much a human spends outside on average. So they have a vitamin D deficiency. Actually, oral vitamin D3 here.
There we go.
This is actually
need that in Vienna.
That's it. Like we've had a new baby. We go to the pediatrician and says you got to give 2 drops of this every day, and I'm like, what? Like we haven't had to do this in Australia with the other kids. And it's like, because there's not enough UV here. And so it's been summertime here, and so I've been taking my baby out and like sunning him on the balcony. I'm not going to shove that stuff into him. Get it naturally,
like Simba, like the Lion King holding out.
Get outside, crawl around in the sun.
Yeah, that's a thing. That's humans can get absorb oral vitamin D3. Actually, the label on it says have it with a fatty meal or have it with milk or something with fat in it, because vitamin D3 is fat soluble. And bearded dragons cannot absorb high amounts because it requires certain lipases, things that break down fat, but also bile acids to form what we call micelles. And that allows the intestinal lining to grab that vitamin D and pull it into the bloodstream. Bearded dragons don't have that available, so they don't absorb it through the diet. So
that's not calcium sandoz you're giving your child. Calcium sandoz.
No, can't like you can shovel in. This is where an old kind of myth has come about. We saw metabolic bone disease, so we thought we have to shovel calcium into it. Calcium wasn't the problem. well, it's part of the problem, but it wasn't the major problem. So they thought, shoveling calcium into them. If you have no vitamin D3 in the body,
take it in
to tell the body to pull the calcium out of the intestine, it's not going to do it.
It's not going to do it.
So, so
it's the combination.
Yeah, that's it. It's highly complex, which is why we see everyone goes, oh, yeah, I've got UV. And it's like, well, what's your basking temperature? Or what are you feeding your animal? So there's all these things that you have to get right to get your animal.
So nudging, sure you touched on feeding animal there. So you think it's a good thing to dust your insects with calcium powder and multivitamin powder and that sort of stuff?
Yep. So we look at the important thing in here is your calcium to phosphorus ratio.
Yeah.
Calcium phosphorus ratio, that's how much calcium compared to the amount of phosphorus that you digest to make it the same as, so your blood level will absorb it right. And for dogs, cats, it's about for every 1.2 grams of calcium that you consume, you want 1 gram of phosphorus.
Yeah.
For humans, it's about 1.1 to 1, but for reptiles, you want twice as much calcium to the absorption of phosphorus.
2 to 1, yeah.
And that's for a reptile every day. We think that, we know that in rapidly growing reptiles, for example, rapidly growing tortoises, rapidly growing crocodiles, the amount of calcium to phosphorus that is required is closer to 7 to 1.
Oh, bloody hell.
7 times as much calcium as phosphorus. So rapidly bearded dragon that's growing, where the owners are feeding heaps of food, so it is growing faster than any wild dragon will see. You need close to 5 times the amount of calcium than phosphorus. But what are they feeding them? As many crickets as they will eat in 15 seconds, 3 times a day.
Yeah,
that is every cricket.
Yeah,
every cricket actually has 10 times as much phosphorus as calcium. So it's totally flicked the other way. So when the dragon eats these crickets at such a high level, the phosphorus goes into the blood. The body says, I need calcium to balance this out. Where's the biggest store of calcium? The bones. And it pulls all the calcium out of the bones. And voila. So this mass feeding of crickets, protein, 80% insects is I don't know where this myth has come from. Is you're actually damaging, you're promoting the pulling out of calcium from the bones of the dragons by feeding them this much.
I remember
in the terms of crickets, roaches, stuff like that.
I remember when I was breeding beardies, obviously a long time ago, I used to dust all my crickets, woodies, whatever, to the newborns every feed. What would you do now? Like if you're breeding bearded dragon, obviously I don't breed them anymore, but obviously there's plenty of bearded dragon breeders out there. If you're breeding them, you've hatched your first clutch out, raw hatching, what would you recommend as a good dietary base to start them off on? Like I used to always start them off on small crickets, and then I'd introduce woodies, I would introduce veggies, and I'll carry cat food, dog food, all that sort of stuff back in the day. What would be the regime now?
So I'd go back a step, and the first step is to make sure your female's got a proper balanced diet.
Yeah.
Hatchlings, reptiles, they get 30% of their calcium from the shell of the egg.
Okay.
If that isn't there, then
they suffer before they started.
They already suffer. And vitamin D, they get it all from the yolk. The vitamin D for the first part of their life, they get it from the yolk. So make sure your female's on a good diet. And we can talk about, we'll move into diet now. So Judith Badham did a study on juvenile bearded dragon. Well, when she did a study, she cut open an average of 6 dragons a month for over 3 years to determine the dietary, what they eat. And when we convert it, was all the measurements were done in dry weights. So amount of vegetable matter to the amount of protein, amount of insects. Yeah. And she found that it was closer, that juveniles actually ate closer to, instead of 80% insects, they ate closer to 60% insects and 40% greens. Females ate 60% greens and 40% insects, and males, adult males, ate over 80% green matter to insects. So, you know, people are feeding way too much protein. These things, there was a paper by Macmillan back in the 80s, and the dragons that he caught, he actually classified them as specialist herbivores. So they're actually eating quite a lot of greens.
I saw some of the photos you posted had like stomach gut contents was like majority veggies.
Yep. So I think there was one that I posted of a male dragon. He had one beetle in there, and it was all greens.
I know. I remember going to the markets every weekend just locally, and you'd be buying bok choy and all the different veggies and carrots and capsicums and all sorts of stuff, chopping them up, and that was the bulk diet, you know, along with a bit of, you know, soft, not dry, but, you know, like your cat food or something or other, and then insects was the, you know, the treat sort of thing. Do you recommend that, like, your you know, the old cans of Whiskers and
no, I do not recommend that at all.
You know, I mean, that was just what we did back in the day. Like, what do you recommend now?
Yeah.
Like, stick away, mate. Just do greens.
So the amount of calories in kitten food, is going to make the growth on these animals just go exponential, and then you need your calcium requirements go through the roof. Like even the blue tongues, there are some recommendations there that they feed them dog food. There's a reason why you only need to feed a small bit of dog food compared to the amount of greens and everything you got to feed, because you're just going to grow that thing too fast for it to grow its skeleton properly. So if we go back to what Meanie's put up there before, that photo of the,
did you see, because I keep seeing on the monitor that I'm checking, I keep seeing the photo of you with the UV. So you actually seeing the stuff that I'm posting. So because the monitor, let me just put it up, because because I was a little bit baffled why I can't share that. So if you're seeing that, then it must see. So tell me, it's for those guys that's watching, please tell me if you can see the photo that I'm seeing now. It's a photo of bearded dragon's gut content.
This is a bearded dragon. So this was a roadkill bearded dragon we found outside of White Cliffs in Western New South Wales. This was mid-spring, and when this male, he had pretty much, there was Salvia verbanica, which is wild sage, and I think it was Solanium something I can't remember its name, but it was the flowers of Solanium there. These guys, a lot of people go, oh, let's feed them fruit or real bulky vegetables. These guys eat herbaceous material. Rarely do they eat anything like bulk vegetables, even berries or anything like that out there. That is, mate, I think everyone's seeing different images. It looks like in the comments.
I don't know what is happening here. You don't have that on your PC, because when you share your stuff, it's coming through.
I see the bearded dragon stomach contents.
Yeah, I can see that as well. But when it goes to
we can see it though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, we don't care what anybody else sees, as long as
I think everyone's getting their like choose your own picture for the talk.
pick a pick.
But there is but there is a lot of this information that we're talking about now is on your Beardie Vet page. So people just need to scroll all the way down. That's where I found the photos, and it's got a great description of what is, a lot of people just post photos of things and don't say actually what's on the photo. Like I've noticed that when you post a photo or a video, there's a great description of what's actually happening on that photo. So if people are interested, go to the Beardie Vet page, and you'll find all of this information on there. It's a great resource. That it's a pity that Facebook buries the stuff further down in the feed. So you just need to look for it. So you're saying that it's they eat herbaceous greens and stuff like that. Sorry, I interrupted you then.
Yeah, so it's mainly herbaceous greens, and I get a lot of questions like, you know, who's dusting all their insects out there with calcium and stuff like that, and multivitamins. So as I was saying before, your crickets have a calcium phosphorus ratio of 1 to 10. So 10 times the amount of phosphorus to 1 part calcium, when you really want it, you know, 2 parts calcium to 1 part phosphorus. Well, if you look at their green diet out there, you look at Salvia verbanica, wild sage, and a lot of the herbs out there, the calcium to phosphorus ratio out there of those greens is 20 parts calcium to 1 part phosphorus. And that's 80% of their diet. So other greens are closer to 10 to 1. So exactly opposite of what the crickets are. So, you know, they're getting plenty of calcium out there. Salvia out there, for every 100 grams dry weight of salvia they eat, is actually 1 gram of calcium in it.
Bloody hell.
So, you know, so that's quite a lot of calcium for something.
So they'd be smart enough to not just be picking randomly at stuff. They would be very meticulous with what they. Is that what you observed? Is that they would actively seek food or not?
No, they are purely opportunistic, and it's what the environment offers them, and which is correct.
Okay.
So who's the environment? What does the environment offer them in captivity? It's the wrong thing. Humans are giving them the wrong thing. So part of Judith's study, it said that, like, you know, if termites were available, there was 2,000 termites in the stomach, or if the caterpillars from butterflies were on plants, they had gone and eaten every caterpillar off this bush. So they're purely opportunistic. But what happens is, in their their home range. So their home range from Judith's study was average of 200 meters round, but it went up to 1,200 meters. But in that, they are sitting there, like, they're not like monitors. They're not like goannas going out and like sniffing every hole looking for prey. They spend a lot of time sitting there, males looking over their territory, making sure it's not getting invaded by another male. They'll do territorial displays, flare their neck out, even if they still do it. They just let anyone that possibly could watch it, any ladies in the bush that are possibly watching, just letting them know that he's there. So they spend a lot of time sitting there doing nothing, and then if an insect crawls by, they'll go down and grab it. Or if there's been a sudden flash of rain, and then we're talking 2 or 3 days after rain, we get all this herbaceous vegetation grow up through the ground, and then they start eating it. So so that's what they're eating. And, you know, they don't, you know, if an insect walks by, a wasp lands, they'll grab it, but most of the time it's green vegetation that comes up, and they'll grab it. That's what they eat.
Did you notice out in the wild, if you had ever observed them, I remember feeding them, you do mixed veggies, and they'd often go for colours first. So if you had like red capsicum in there or orange carrots or something like that, they tend to almost find that stuff first. Did you notice that in the wild? They go, oh, there's a flower, there's a yellow one, I'm going to eat that before I eat the leaf off another plant?
Definitely. If there were, so one of the species that were growing was the Wallenbergia species, native bluebells. If those were around, even though there was available other green matter, they had picked all the flowers off the top of that. Or Stellanium, which was what that dragon had in its stomach. That's a flowering bush in spring. If there was other vegetation around, they go off and pick the flowers off that. So they are highly attracted to colours, and I don't know if you're providing the correct lighting. So your T5 plus your hotspot, which is incandescent, that's important. You want an incandescent or halogen, and then you have something like an LED that does daylight spectrum. Then they're going to see what they see in the wild. Sunlight is full spectrum. But if you're got only a T5 or you've got only a
ceramic
mercury
heat emitter,
vapor, they're going to see it differently. Like so, so they're very highly attracted to that. Judith, in her PhD, she actually said, especially for insects, movement was the #1 stimulator for feeding response.
I'm a bit confused now. So you're saying that party globes is not the right thing to put in the cage? Blue and red. Blue and red party globes.
No. Yeah.
Are you confusing me here, Jonathan? Come on, I mean, big cages, party globes. You can't use party globes, bloody food dye, proper UV. Yeah. What are we doing here? I thought you just stick on a box.
And a lot of this stuff coming from old husband, what we thought, what we perceived. Like, we had the red lights because it didn't ruin our night vision. So we thought, you know what, we heat them with that. Like all
infrared bulbs,
But it shows now that a lot of reptiles see more spectrum than us, and having a red light in there, you give a red tint to everything, you don't perceive things properly.
There's a question for you there that you might be, what is their visual spectrum? So if you could compare it how would you, I don't know how you would answer that question. What's their visual spectrum?
So we know that from their eyes, they have some extra cells in there, and they see UV. Yep. Plus, they see all the visible light spectrum that we see.
Yeah.
In terms of the infrared spectrum, it's determined. That is determined by they see with their pineal eye, but also it's responsive to really bright light as well. So I don't have the photos, but I actually opened up a eastern bearded dragon roadkill, and I cut down under the pineal eye, and you could see the nerve roots going straight to the brain.
Bloody hell.
It is just insane.
And just for the record here, Jonathan is a doctor, so he's allowed to do that. don't recommend anybody going
scientific research.
Please, we don't condone that type of behavior. Only if you're a vet,
the animal was dead. It was so I wasn't condoning any human. That was like insane. So but I think the follow-up question from Scott was how far into the UVA spectrum they see and into the infrared. I can't all of the UVA spectrum they will see.
But
all of the UVA spectrum, but the infrared, I'm not sure, and I haven't read studies.
It'd be interesting.
And it would be different for different species.
I did see, something interesting. There was a study on chameleons. I don't know. You would have probably seen those photos of where they've taken photos of them under. It must have been a UV camera,
Black lights.
And they could see the color. Because chameleons are not, like they're like very visual animals, but they see things that we could never see. And it was just amazing to see the colors on their skins under different lights that we wouldn't have never known if we didn't use different lighting techniques to observe it.
It looks almost like they're wearing, it looks like they're almost wearing tribal paint.
They painted,
and it gives you for those that have kept chameleons, when you get two males together and they see each other and how much they arc up, obviously it is like tribal warfare. So, but I think like a little joke on the side, I have a joke with a vet friend over here in Germany. The latest craze is stick every reptile under a black light and write a paper on it, because now they've found that like all these geckos, nocturnal geckos, fluoresce under black light and stuff like that. So it's quite hilarious. Every researcher seems to see that. So
here's another troubling question that I've got for you as well. So another big one is, do bearded dragons, I guess this builds into they're keeping them hydrated, and it's all part of what they take into their bodies through their food. So do you think, in your opinion, you always see people bathing, they've got bowls of water and the beardies are swimming and they splashing.
Loves its morning weekend swim.
Soak your dragon, if it's compacted. What do you think?
This is carryover from, and once again, just like, don't keep on saying, it's treating the symptom rather than the medical condition of the animal. It's pulled across from when they used to keep, well, what I believe is when they used to keep them in the early days, 35 degrees. 35 degrees is hot to any other person other than an Australian. Yeah. So to think that a lizard would want higher than 35 degrees is just like, for someone that's not clued in. So these things are not getting to the right temperature. They're not getting calcium through poor UV lighting. Yeah. So they're getting impacted with food. The food's not going on properly. So a common thing is, and what we do in veterinary practice when something is constipated, you stick them in a bath because it can promote a fecal movement. So suddenly people's dragons aren't pooing all the time and not getting constipated. So suddenly, no, you've got to bath them to get them to poo. You've got to guard them to get them to drink. A lot of bearded dragons, if kept properly, do not need to be bathed to drink. They need to be forced to drink. They will drink when they're thirsty, but most of the time they get it. If you're feeding greens, which are usually 85 to 90% water, they would be getting enough water from it. But they think you've got to bathe them, and you don't, for if you're keeping them correctly, they will pass their feces correctly. And when you bathe them and if they defecate prematurely, the cloaca of a reptile is designed to draw as much fluid and as much like salts and everything back out of the feces. It's adaptation to an arid environment. They suck as much fluid out, and then when they actually defecate, they actually defecate it with a bit of mucus on it. That is a normal bearded dragon poo. Yeah. People think that it needs to have the firm bit, the urate, and then a bit of water. A bit of water means that they've got so much water in their system that they can afford to not
get rid of some of it.
Yeah. So a healthy bearded dragon has a normally formed feces with no water around it. If it's got no water around it, I'm not concerned.
And therefore they don't need to get bathed.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, this bathing is a husbandry practice from old poor practices, which has been brought into the future. And if someone really has a dragon that needs to be bathed to go to the bathroom, then they need to look at their husbandry. They need to look at how fat the animal is, because extra intra-abdominal fat, extra weight is going to cause inertia issues, so they can't squeeze it out properly. That's it works for all species, trust me. Everything.
What you look at me for when you said that?
Are we allowed to fat shame? Are we allowed to fat shame bearded dragons?
I'm not a picture of health myself, so we can talk about it.
No fat shaming around here.
We were skinny when we were younger, Johnny. It's all good.
That's it.
Age of prime, and now it's time to just chill. Yeah.
But these are all factors, and an animal sitting there doing nothing. Like bearded dragons do not sit there all day like a slug, like you see a lot of. These things, like we've been habituated to see fat bearded dragons as normal. You go out and you look at these bearded dragons in the wild, mate. They look like Conor McGregor. They are like UFC fighters.
So this builds into the next question really well, because I'm assuming they like that because they're active, highly active in the wild. So this is a follow-up question. So how often and how much should I be feeding my dragon? I mean, this is you've mentioned they look like Conor McGregor, but they constantly eating in the wild. So why are they not, why are dragons so fat in captivity? I guess you've already answered that question.
Strong and ready to bang.
That's it. When in captivity, it's partly individual, just like people. It's partly individual, but this is what when someone brings a bearded dragon to me and they say, "What should I be feeding?" I say this. So stick to the 80% greens and 20% insects, and do it on a cycle. You feed. So what I usually get them to do is feed 1 day a week insects, 5 days a week, 4 days a week greens, and then in between you give a rest day, a break day. Some of the really big males, I even get the owners to feed them only 3 times a week. And when I say 3 times a week, it's not as much as they can eat in 10 minutes. It's, we in Australia, we refer to our roaches are woodies, or you got your crickets. In other parts of the world, they have locusts, they have waxworms, they have dewies. These things are massive. Like the amount of calories in those things are insane. So you've got to take all this in relation. But we're talking, an adult male bearded dragon, they're feeding them 2 to 5 insects, so woodies or crickets, and mix them up. Don't feed just all of one all the time. And then so feed that 1 day a week, and then the other 2 days a week, just feed them bok choy, bit of kale, they call them mustard greens, rucola, all leafy green stuff. You can feed them pumpkin flowers. You can feed them dandelion flowers, leaves. Some even like to eat just normal kikuyu grass, just all stuff like that. And, do that. That's the portion of greens that you give. I've told them, and occasionally you put in a bit of pumpkin, a bit more bulk, but a lot of that bulk is massive amounts of calories for these guys. So that's what I go on. For a big male, that's, feeding them 3 times a week. For every other dragon, you get some other ones, especially females, you feed them 5 times a week. And then in that proportion, you increase the portion control. So if the dragon is starting to look overweight, you just reduce it. So instead of feeding 5 insects for the meal, you feed them 4 insects, and then reduce some of the greens as well. So you're still keeping the 80-20 ratio, right? But just volume-wise, portion control, you're reducing or increasing to get that animal to the correct weight. A lot of people go, you know what? I'm feeding my dragon doesn't want to eat greens. So I say, well, imagine you go every day to a buffet where you can eat as much as you want. After the 5th day, you're going to go, I'm not eating salad anymore. I'm eating seafood. I'm eating steak. I'm like, it's literally an oversupply for them. They're at a buffet every day. And if you're feeding them, they're going to eat the steak. Let's be honest. I'm not going to eat salad if I'm going to a buffet every day. I'm eating salad and seafood. I'm eating steak and seafood. I'm not eating that salad over there. And this is exactly how these bearded dragons are. They're at a buffet every day because they literally do not need to eat every day. They need to eat 3-5 days a week at the most. So
can you see the table that I stuck up there just then?
Yep.
Yes, I can see the table. Can anyone else see the table?
Yeah, so so it's working again now. I think there might have been a glitch with the software. So these are the weights, the average weights of different beardies that you found in the wild. So, I mean, looking at those numbers, captive dragons are sometimes twice that size. This is those are very light. That's very low numbers in comparison to what we're used to in captivity. So, if you could just elaborate on that table, that'd be great, mate.
Okay. So I think, you can go off your average female. So this is average female size is more around the size of what we see some of these, these strains like your leatherbacks, your dunners, your normal captive one is a lot smaller in length than your wild one, and that's due to inbreeding depression. And so, you know, I see a lot of leatherbacks around snout to vent length of around 22 centimeters. And that's around the average female. And I usually, in captivity, we're seeing them at like 400 grams.
Yeah.
Whereas the wild one's going to be around 250. Ideally, I like to have a captive one, I say up to about 280 grams for a smaller type bearded dragon, one of those ones. And then the males, like what we see in the males in the wild, like I've never actually seen the size of the male dragons we see out in the wild. I've never seen a captive dragon that long. These things are long. See, you look at this one, 28.5 centimeters long at the maximum and 553 grams. This is snout to length for everyone watching. Yeah. This isn't total length. This is from their snout to their cloaca. Yeah. So pretty much double it, and that's what your total length is. And yeah, we don't see, I've never seen a male bearded dragon in captivity anywhere the size of the male dragons we see out in the wild. The male dragons we see in the wild are monsters. I've seen a couple of females that big as well, and I think that's what they refer to them as super females, the temperature dependent sex determination. Yep. They've been incubated at really high temperatures in the wild, which we're seeing. I think we're seeing increased numbers due to global warming from. Yep. But, you know, these things are lean out in the wild. And once you see a wild one, and the wild ones that I'm seeing, even the females come breeding season, they're lean, but they've still got good abdominal fat stores. You know, once these captive dragons, we're seeing, you know, fat in their chin, fat on their, like these, they've got these moves, fat underneath their arms. Once you see that, that's a morbidly obese bearded dragon. So
Scott was just asking, is that dragons that you found in your study range? He just wants to know the location of what location.
So that location was northwestern New South Wales, at the corner there, corner country. I have caught dragons in Western Queensland, Northern Territory border, and South Australia. South Australia tend to have a very small population. They're a lot smaller than the Western New South Wales animals tend to be monsters compared to the rest of them. But if you look at it, you're looking at smaller populations at other places. If we did the data on that, they'd be even lighter. So there's still no excuse to have, you know, a 22 centimeter snout to vent dragon that's 450 grams.
You talk about these big ones. You probably remember back in the day they used to have the old German giants. The old German giants. Do you reckon that was just a simple case that they were just, you know, your normal Western New South Wales size type bearded dragons in comparison to smaller ones over time? Or
I don't know, to tell the truth.
It was just something I remembered.
Yeah, so we also look at selective genetics. Like we select hard for mutations and stuff like that. If you selected hard for size, in a few generations you would start getting large dragons. Like these guys, you know, they do have the ability to, you know, we can see it in our traits, our selection process that we do is we can get traits quite quickly. So, you know, there's the ability there to grow them very large if you select hard for it. You know, but obviously what we're selecting for is certain traits and inbreeding them like crazy. So they're getting smaller in captivity, especially the American populations and stuff like that. And here in Austria, very small inbreeding.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. And just robustness is poor. So
I guess that is a problem with starting with, I think, 15. They started with, I think, 30 animals originally in the US with their population, their Beardies. And now, I mean, there would be millions that came from that. And they're starting to see issues now with their, you know, clutch viability and, you know, certain traits. Just like you said, you know, it's like we breed we tend to breed for animals with rounded heads. For some reason, we like a rounded face. It's a friendly face.
And that's like even like French bulldogs and dogs as well.
Those cats, those furry cats with the round heads, and that's not necessarily the best for the animal to have those traits. You know, it shortens their breed. You know,
Johnny,
you look at them even with their depth perception, trying to grab things. It's just like weird. Like you get these bearded dragons that can't even grab a food item. It's like
Scotty brings up a question when I mentioned the Gem Giants about the Barbadas versus Viticeps, Eastern versus Centrals. With your study, did you ever do any of the measurements on Easterns, on Barbada, or it was just all purely?
So part of the trip was we'd leave Newcastle, and as soon as we get out to the Hunter, we start hitting those Eastern bearded dragons, and we would catch them. And the biggest Eastern we got was no bigger than the biggest Central we got.
Because just going back to the the whole supposed German giant thing, which obviously I know was that cross two. I didn't know if there was an actual noticeable size difference between the two. As far as I've always been aware, they've always been fairly similar sized.
Yeah, but I think it's the country. Like in your field guides, they say the average size for a Barbada is bigger than a Viticeps, but I don't know. I think maybe because we've done the same herping in the same region that we get the
same result.
See the difference.
Yeah.
Would I say on average? I would say probably males on average of the Barbada would be larger. We see some big boys, but they're also a lot more slender and narrow. So,
Just guys, I'm hearing some feedback or some music in the background.
No, it's I'm living in a highly Catholic orientated.
It's the bells,
and it's Sunday morning here. And church is going. So
that's everybody. People saying, I hear music in the background. Yeah, it's the church music. Yeah, we have to be in church at the morning. Yeah. So
there's the Lord.
There is something that I need. So, with your experience with adenovirus, how do you pronounce that? So, did you see much of that when you were working in the veterinary? How much of an issue is that? Because I've seen a few collections now that guys have come out and said, look, they've just to let everybody know, I found that in my collection. That euthanize my animals. Is that something that you ran into a lot? Is that something you ran into a lot in Australia working here?
Well, let's go through this. So, historically, it was found in the UK and America like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Adenovirus is a virus that attacks the neurological system and the liver, and also immunosuppresses the animals.
Yeah.
And we were seeing increased numbers of this. But when I say increased numbers, I think we discovered it, and we started identifying it.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's increased suddenly. I think it's that we're finding it now. We looked for it. And so adenovirus, there's a few strains of it that you find it in they can infect all Pagona species, and it's also been found in Tenophorus nicalis, the central netted dragon. Highly infective, but it's called, some people refer to it at adenovirus. That just means it's the adenovirus specific to reptiles, lizards. So they use them interchangeably. So I've seen it quite. So there's a bloke called Tim Heineman, awesome guy.
In WA,
The amount of effort that I've gone into researching bearded dragons off my own back, he's put into researching reptile viruses off his own back, interest. His main job's not viral testing and stuff like that. His main job is a lecturer of drugs and medications at the university vet school in Murdoch. But he's got this sidearm where he's got a PCR lab. PCR, polymerized chain reaction. It gets what it does. It can take a tiny bit of DNA, amplify it, And when you amplify it, you can look for certain strands of DNA. What he does, he looks for viral DNA of certain viruses in reptiles. So it's highly sensitive and highly specific to. So if there is any small trace of this virus in an animal from a swab, you'll find it. And so he's been doing a lot of the testing, and he did a presentation a few years ago at the Australian Exotic Vets Conference, and he found that in 50% of the collections that he surveyed, 50% of the animals had adenovirus. They've all got it. So we wanted to determine, and if you look at studies in, I think it's Japan and a study in the UK, similar numbers. 50% of collections and 50% of dragons have it. So it's widespread throughout collections. And we wanted to see, like I see it in clinic all the time. We go, okay, we test them. Yep, they're positive. And we thought, oh yeah, that's why the animal's so sick. This was back before I started studying bearded dragons, going out catching them. And then we tested dragons that I was catching out west. In 29% of wild dragons, they carry this virus. And we did bloods on them, and they are 100% healthy.
Crazy.
And so we traced it back to what species of virus it was. One of these dragons, so these dragons carry, it's the same one that they found in a wild Gila monster.
Oh.
Jeez.
This virus has been evolving with them for millions of years back to Gila monsters when they split on the tree.
Yeah.
So why millions of years?
So why is it causing issues though? Does it? Is it? So when does it?
So this virus, it affects people. It affects animals that have an immunosuppressed. Their immune system is not as strong. Look at the virus now. Let's not get back that deep into it, but the current virus going around, who's it affecting the most? People with underlying health problems, immune problems. This is how most viruses work, and that's what they're there for, to wipe out the weak of the population. Okay. So what we're seeing now is, why we were seeing problems is people weren't keeping their dragons at the right temperatures, not the right UV. So the immune system, the immunoglobulins, the things that fight viruses, the things that fight bacteria, is all produced in the liver. You're getting animals fed the wrong diet with bad livers. They're not producing the immunoglobulins to fight things. So we're getting problems in animals. So if we look at the initial observation paper written up in Australia was by Dr. Bob Donnelly, exotics specialist in Queensland. It was in a population of baby bearded dragons. Babies are the most vulnerable. Their immune system hasn't developed properly. They're weak. So they were all we get people bringing animals and they've got problems is because the husbandry is not right. So the immune system's not working properly. The temperature's not right. So the immune system can't switch on properly. They've got problems feeding them the wrong diet. So the liver's not working properly. So these animals, these are the animals that are having problems with the virus. I had a client who brought in an animal that had constantly had problems getting infections, getting sick, getting parasite problems. And they're like, what's wrong? They'd been to another vet, spent over $5,000 there doing diagnostics, couldn't work out what was going wrong. We tested it, adenovirus. But then I was like, hang on a second. I know from what I've done in the wild is that it's only weak animals. Let's look at your husbandry. Everything looked like it was going all right. The temperature wasn't warm enough. They were using ceramic heat emitter, which the heat doesn't penetrate them, even though the temperature says it's right. As soon as we fixed all the husbandry issues, bang, never a problem again.
So really what you're saying is that if you're breeding a mother, if you're breeding a Beardie female that doesn't pass on the right ingredients into the eggs for the hatchlings to use, you're starting off on the wrong foot already, and that's just a snowball effect that keeps
compounding the problem.
perpetuating itself after generation after generation after generation. Really, so it boils down to that basically.
No, but also like you get babies and you stick them all in a tub. They're all competing against each other.
Yeah.
So there's now you've got babies in a tub that you've got in a small area. So we're talking a high stressful environment.
Yeah.
They start shedding the virus like crazy. They start shedding coccidia like crazy. And then they're stressed. And if they're competing for heat on the stack, they're not going to get to the right temperature. It's a perfect recipe for the virus which they could otherwise keep under control with the natural immunity, to something that's going to overwhelm their system.
And in the wild, I guess they can get away from each other in the wild. They run off and they go
disperse.
Up their own spot.
They disperse. They don't disperse far. And so they're not competing for food. They're not competing for heat because let's be honest, there's sun everywhere. They're under stress from predatory. The average survival time from the time that the egg gets laid in the wild is half a year. There is a 98.4% attrition rate in the first year. 98.4% of babies die within the first year in the wild. That could be said the same for baby dragons in captivity, but let's not go there.
We just don't know.
Feed them back to the mum and
dad. Just the number of baby dragons that come in and just like are dead or they're on the death's door. So we're in captivity. They're under stress. If they've got the virus once, they're under stress. The breeders kept them all close together. They're all got coccidia now in high loads. Environmental load is high. They've all got high loads of the adenovirus going into their body. Then you shift it to the brand new keeper who doesn't have the UV right, who doesn't have the heat right. And that's enough to make them fall in a heap. Next minute, they're having rolling neurological conditions, liver failure.
So hang on.
So
hang on, Dr. Howard. So what you're telling me is that not all dragons are meant to survive. Is that just me, or is that just something we're all getting wrong? Is that just something that us humans would like to have?
Breeding in captivity, we're allowing ones to survive that shouldn't, i.e. your silkbacks, your dunners, your translucents, these things aren't meant to survive in the wild. So, but we're perpetuating these are lethal genes out in the wild. Let's be honest. So, but it's what we select for. And they're not. If you provide the right husbandry, 99% of these animals should survive. Let's look at we keep them in. Ideally we keep them in good conditions. There's no predators. There's no extremes of heat and cold, which predators and heat and cold and dehydration are the main causes of attrition out in the wild. It's not sand impaction, which is touted on groups that they're dying from sand impaction. No wild dragon I've palpated or cut open has ever had even. I don't think I've even found more than a few grains of sand in them. Honestly,
I think you're spreading misinformation here, mate. I don't know if I can agree with that. If the interweb says that, then it must be true.
So if we go back to the adenovirus and what we can do with them, it's all very noble to go through and test all your animals and say there's no adenovirus, but it is so rife already, and it is something that's naturally there in the populations, and that they've evolved with. That honestly, if you're getting problems, you've got to look at, was the animal stressed? What's my husbandry wrong? Or is there some other underlying thing? I'm feeding it too much protein, it's too fat, it's got liver problems, so therefore the virus is not getting forward the immune systems. So I think that's more of a thing to look at. The ethics of selling dragons with adenovirus, I wouldn't have a problem with it if that's something, as long as there's informed ownership. Like if you tell someone, here we are, you can have this. What are those white ones called? Those zeros everyone wants. You say, yep, as long as you know I've got adenovirus in my collection, but I've never had any die, I've got no problems, be honest about it. And if you take this animal on, you know that it's got adenovirus.
I suppose
they subsequently get it, and then it suddenly starts going downhill. Instead of going, well, it was the breeder that gave me adenovirus, go, hang on a sec, what's wrong with my husbandry for this animal to be immunosuppressed enough to go downhill?
Yeah. I was going to say, as long as that animal's sold in a healthy, good condition when it leaves your care, and that's, you've got that disclaimer there. Once it goes into someone else's care, it's obviously not the virus, it's the husbandry. From what you're saying, is going to cause the problem. The virus is going to come out because your husbandry is no good.
So what you're saying is, Darren, you can't sell it as a beardie that can do tricks by spinning around and around and around. That's not something that you. It's not something that you do.
You put on a lazy Susan on the table.
It's not a circus beardie. It doesn't trick. If they do that, it's something to worry about.
You can't charge 10 grand for that.
So here's a question for you that Pete Hawkins has asked us twice. He's just inquiring about beardie population numbers. So you did. I don't know if you've mentioned the amounts. I think you did mention how many you saw in your first out.
Yeah. Hi, Pete. I know Pete quite well. I'm on the Bearded Dragon Network, which is probably one of the better networks out there, the Facebook groups. And but this question is so how the population's going. So when I went out in 2005 or something, when I first saw the bearded dragons in my area. So to give you an idea how big my sample range was, 118,000 square kilometers is the area that I covered, which is the size of Austria and Switzerland combined. It's a pretty big area. But I remember even like one of the properties I go to out there, they're very good friends now of mine, Beryl and Colin. Their properties like 80,000 hectares or something, but they were everywhere, these bearded dragons. I went out when I first went out in 2017 to start doing my study. There was nowhere near that number, but we were well into probably one of the worst droughts that Australia's experienced, and we were having real difficulty finding animals. And then as the time went on and we found out when to really look for them, we started getting numbers again, but we're not seeing anywhere as many numbers as we were before. And I put that down to the drought, like severe heat and dryness. And then as we came towards the end of it, my trial finished just as they were starting to get more rain. Yeah, we started seeing numbers boom. And I've been getting reports back now since that out west, it's been raining quite a bit. They're just everywhere back on the property. So, and they are, the species is a boom or bust species. So when there's lots of food around, breed like crazy. When there's no food around, conserve as much and breed if you can just to keep it going. And now they're seeing heaps. They're everywhere out there. And the biggest challenge, so I've been in contact with Christopher Wild. He's at the University of Canberra, and he was actually doing a study. His study site was a couple of 100 kilometres north east of mine, near Cunnamulla. And they were doing studying the effects of these super females and tracking males as well. And they saw that they did not witness, this was during the drought when it was unseasonably hot, they actually saw that there was no brumation period for them in winter, which is crazy. Like
They just went straight
typically
through.
what we see is they disappear from May till late August in my study site. I've been out there a few times during that time and you won't find anything. But they were seeing them not brumate at all. And numbers, he was having trouble with numbers. I was speaking to another researcher from Western Sydney like a few years ago, and she couldn't find any either, but she was looking in the peak of summer. You're not going to find them in the peak of summer. They're avoiding it. They go into estivation. Not to be confused with, I keep my animals in the northern hemisphere, so they're feeling their roots back in Australia when it's winter estivation. That's a common myth. They think that they're going back to when really it's peak summer. They're doing what's natural and they're going to ground, and not eating, not coming out to bar, stuff like that. But yeah,
I mean, they can't keep the historical origin behaviors.
in the off season for the northern hemisphere. But we caught a few that we would say were they were big females, big aggressive females, and we would go, okay, these look like what they would typically call your super females. And I think Chris studies on his about the increased incidence of these super females. Bearded dragons seem to have adapted to the temperature increase. Like you're talking about sea turtles and stuff like that. They're in big trouble because of temperature increase, seeing temperature increase to produce suddenly all males or females. I can't remember what are being produced, and no of the other sex. Whereas bearded dragons seem to have this inbuilt thing that they can click over and go, okay, well, if we just get increased temperatures, we'll just produce females as well. And then subsequent ones like that. So they seem to be going all right, and they're highly adaptable species. Like these guys are so robust. Like as much as we've been talking and saying how fragile they are, the reason why they live for so long in suboptimal conditions is because they're such robust animals.
Yeah,
they're living in an environment that gets below freezing, gets above 50 degrees sometimes, has no food, has no water. So you get someone who sticks it in the cage, feeds it like only crickets and no UV light. It takes a tough animal to survive that. If you got some weird tropical niche animal that only lives between 20 and 40 centimeters off the ground in a jungle, and you try to just chuck it in a cage, you'd curl over and die within a day. But these things are and that's why they're so popular and why they've become so widespread, is that they're such robust animals that
they can mass produce.
It's one of the few animals that I've seen literally a hand get bitten, and that hand eventually just falls off, and there's a perfectly healed. I know you guys, I know the vets like to amputate arms and stuff like that, but I've literally seen beardies take bites to limbs, walk around, that thing shrivels up and dries off, and then just falls off, and there's a perfect little stump underneath it. They're tough as nails.
Yeah. My fun fact is the first bearded dragon I caught in Cunnamulla, there's a photo of me, and I only just realized this the other day. I was looking back at good times, my youth. It was a perfectly healthy female. She had a stump for a front leg. She had her leg bitten off, and she was still out there breeding, surviving. And so they do well. And we caught another female. She had scarring all on her elbow, just like all stripped of meat. She got grabbed by a male that was over. This one looked like she was the biggest female we caught. She was 28 centimeters snout to vent length, which is massive for a female. And she must have been just given it back at a male that was trying to breed with her, because the females are very aggressive, and just got ripped off, and she was just going fine, doing her thing. But
So we shouldn't think that they are like us, soft, and like they live in a harsh environment. They can handle it. They tolerate error keeper really well. I mean, a dragon that gets sick could have been struggling for 2 or 3 years before you start noticing this. I mean, this is the problem. It's a problem that happens over years of neglect, and then people expect to fix it in a matter of weeks. Sometimes it's like metabolic bone disease. It's not something that just happens. It doesn't just happen. It happens over time, and to fix it happens over time. So
that's it.
I think
not a car. You can't just swap out a wheel or something like that. That's with any animal.
Leg,
a lot of people thinking, go to a vet thinking that I pay money to do it. It should just fix it. It's like, no, it's an animal. It's not a machine. You can't just swap it out. So you got to do it right, and then the animal has to start healing itself after you start doing your stuff to it.
So I don't want to hold us all up for too late. I just wanted to. So the last question that I wanted to ask you while we're still going strong here. So where your opinion about where to the hobby in general? What do you sort of see? I know we all breeding. We spoke about it before. The breeding for mutations and in effect weakening the lines that we have in captivity. I mean, where do you see a healthy hobby when it comes to bearded dragons heading? We talked about keeper error. We talked about all this stuff. So to keep the animals healthy that we have in captive populations now, where would you like to see the whole industry head in the future?
Okay, so Darren and I, when I knew Darren, it was early in the hobby days. I think I met Darren about 4 years after it just been legal to keep reptiles in New South Wales. It was very, we got all our stuff from John Weigel's book. You heard you got to keep the tank sterile. It was the early days. You had you light globes and stuff like that. And we didn't know much. And we went from a point from, okay, we're just learning. And then the following years, once I met Darren, it became a big breeder kind of phase. Everyone was keeping things in tubs. Honestly, I was keeping things in tubs too. And we were just breeding animals. And then now we're at the point where we understand the animals better.
Yeah.
And this is a good movement that the vets are trying to catch up with as well, is not everything needs to be sterile. We're learning that, hang on a sec, other things come before. We're learning the proper husbandry, proper temperatures. Other things start coming, like proper welfare, loose substrate to dig. There's a lot of people doing target training with bearded dragons and keeping them stimulated, hanging leaves of, your types of greens, so they're not chopped up and they've got to rip it off themselves. So simulating wild stuff. We're trying to create the sun in a box, and every microclimate that animal has. This is for all the reptiles, that we're trying to recreate that in a box for them. So it's like you literally have a wild as it would be in the wild. Even if you're in the middle of Alaska with snow, you've got a bit of Australian desert right in that box, and as close as you can get to that, because that's how the animal is going to appreciate its life and thrive to do its absolute best. That's what we're going for. And then we've got the offshoot of your morphs. And I'm not against morphs at all. I think some of the morphs in the industry are really good. It would get people that are otherwise not interested in reptiles into reptiles. You show someone a snake and they freak. You show them a purple snake or lavender snake, mate, I want to keep that. Gets them in, and then once they get in, they learn more about the environment, learn more about how you keep them, learn more about ecology. Hang on a sec, I want to know more about that country. It broadens their mind. I want to save the environment. I want to care more for the environment. We're all working towards the same thing. I feel as these keepers of these animals is that we should really, look out for the environment that these animals live in and our own environment. So we're all working towards the same thing. The mutation side, Well, you've got your wild type, which people want. There's always going to be a market for that, and that's more of a purist thing. But then you've got your mutations like Morelia morphs and, Darren breeding all these different types of carpets. You can do that. Once you start selecting for morphs, you also start selecting for, your recessive deleterious genes, your things that, your lethal genes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, in the dog world at the moment, they say, oh, this dog's got bad hips or this has got this, get rid of it from your line. But realistically, you can't do that because there's all these other genes that animal might have.
They sit in isolation.
That will maintain a healthy gene population.
Yeah.
So as we move on, we've got to select hard. Only breed, you've got this weird mutation, but the animals are so weak. Don't go out and try to breed from those weak ones just to make a quick buck, because that's going to screw you over. Yeah. Select the strongest ones, outcross, and then bring it back in, just to get the gene pool of everything else bigger. So you're looking after them. If there is an available test, get the test done. This is where veterinary medicine is going to start coming into the reptiles. Is we can test for a gene that causes this. So you go, okay, well, we know that, so we can breed it with one that doesn't carry the gene. Notice I said don't eliminate it. It's strong. It's carrying genes for other genes that are good. Yeah. So, but just because it's carrying this recessive bad gene, breed it with something that's carrying the good recessive gene. So you're not eliminating this gene pool. That's where we need to move. It's really ethics at the end of the day.
It's something it's something that we've discussed often, Darren and Brent, when we do these shows, is that the need for outcrossing. Outcrossing is a big key to stabilize those genes that cause those mutations. And I've seen it with the snakes as well. It might put you back 3 years, but you'll end up with an animal that thrives. Instead of inbreeding brothers and sisters to each other just because you're in a rush to get to that visual homozygous animal. So I agree 100% with you on that. I think
look at your spotted pythons and how weak the albino gene is in these spotted pythons. Because certain people have gone out and bred the hell out of them, bought a pair from this person, bred them together, bought a pair from this, and just trying to make that quick buck. It's going to come back and screw you over. As a breeder of certain morphs, if you're selling weak animals to someone, you're going to get a bad reputation. If I can't discourage you based on ethics, it's enough to know that you're going to get a bad reputation. Your animals are going to be known, and then your money goes out the door. It's gone.
100%. Absolutely need to outcross. I even do it with my stuff. Produce something, grow it up, and then outcross, get it into other blood. Give it. Even got projects going with other people. Sell some to them with the intention that when they breed some from their lines, I'll buy some back. So they're getting their benefit. And then I'll bring it back. I'll reintroduce a new bloodline into ones.
And and you are bringing in risk for your technique for viruses and stuff. And just this is where veterinary science comes in. Talk to your vet, test the collection, make sure they're clean for. When we're talking about Morelia, we're talking about sunshine virus, nidovirus, stuff like that. So, make sure it's clean so you can do this as well informed and safely as you can. And then if you do get something.
That's something that I can highly recommend as well. When I had a large collection, Shane Simpson, I let him come to my house and he had a look through it's good to work side by to find a vet that's close and that's interested in learning, because it's new stuff for you as well. I remember Shane at that stage, it was early on in the mutation stuff, and it was the first of those things that he actually seen, and it was just me and him worked really closely next to each other, and you can learn as much from a vet as what a veterinarian can learn from a large scale breeder, and it gives you that perspective as well. If you find a veterinarian that's willing to learn and that's willing to help out to broaden their own understanding of how it works, then it's worth its weight in gold. I can highly recommend that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and
Johnny buggered off though.
Once we talk about, we were talking about numbers, getting the numbers. Like it helps for the vets that see high numbers of these morphs, high numbers of these mutations. Then we can get a database and go, okay, well, this is likely to be wrong with them. They've got droopy eyes, or they get neurological problems, or they get certain types of cancers, and it can give us a better, pool to go, okay, this is likely what's happening with your dragon. Give you an answer. So just getting those numbers through the door and determining things. And it's like, it's taken me, I've been practicing for just over 10 years now, and it's taken me a while to get up to these numbers. And now I'm getting these numbers and I can go, okay, well, this is likely, like once we get outside the, husbandry issues, there's this small 1% of issues, which are, actually weird things that are interesting for us. And we can say, okay, this is likely to happen in your, albino Darwin carpet python and their intestinal and tumors and stuff like that. So, it can give us, it's kind of get to the point where dog breeds are at, where you watch a German Shepherd walk through the door and you've got a list of about 4 pages long with the number of ailments that it will have. Like, that's building that database once again.
So just one last question. Totally
one last question.
This is the last question. I know
before the next one.
There was quite. This is one that's been that I've been pondering about, and Darren as well. So for pink, so there was this discussion in one of these reptile groups this week about euthanasia of rats. Okay, and I was wondering, for pinky rats, for rats up to 7 days. So a pinky, what is the best method to euthanize a pinky rat?
Or mouse.
Okay, so this is something I've looked into quite a lot. Part of my work at the moment, especially working with trial animals, I have to euthanize a lot of animals for studies, and we've got to look into depth of scientific literature of what's appropriate. So there was a discussion. I know the discussion you're talking about CO2 euthanasia for rats in general, rats and mice, and they find carbon dioxide highly irritant, and which is, there's multiple studies that show that. It's convenient for us to do. Humans, for example, exposed to high levels of carbon dioxide get headaches, vomiting, seizures, for example. That can happen. So, these animals, whereas something like birds will happily walk into a high CO2 concentration zone and go start eating the food, then drop dead, unconscious, without any stress or anything. So, birds are different. But it's not good for rats and mice. It actually does cause them stress. And and then when we talk about pinky mice could almost you could almost look at them as an ectothermic animal, a reptile. They cannot maintain their body warmth. They need the others and mum close by to maintain their body warmth. And that's why using carbon dioxide isn't very effective for them, because once they get cold, they've got a high tolerance to carbon dioxide concentration.
Okay.
So it's not good. The prescribed method in all of the animal ethics literature is to chill them in a water bath, ice water, and that slows down their metabolic rate to the point where they go unconscious. They're highly tolerant of cold. So you can chill them in water bath. That slows down the metabolism. It stops neurological transmission as well, and then freeze them. It becomes very messy. I used to have to do that for my own collection. And they, you get water all over them and then you freeze them and they stick together and stuff like that. It makes hard defrosting them. But that is the prescribed way. Putting them straight in a freezer is not recommended, because it kind of like starts burning their skin as they try to, But putting them in ice water, that's the recommended from what I've read from multiple things.
I used to just
blunt trauma.
Yeah, I used to just flick them behind and behind their necks with a finger, like, and that used to
in
bring out right away.
Yeah. This discussion's kind of got very morbid suddenly, hasn't
it? Now we're talking about cervical dislocation.
As a last
but
question,
even you know, my own rat collection when I was keeping rats for my own reptiles, which I stopped like doing because it was just too much effort. But I would actually use blunt trauma, like pick them up by the tail and hit them on the head. Like that's the quickest and fastest and most humane. But you know, if you're Darren, you're still producing large amounts of.
No, not anymore. I sold it on, but yeah, because I was going to get to that point. Like I know when you remember back in the day, I used to have them in the garage at the front. Used to do it in a small number. That was how I used to do a lot of the small stuff. Was just literally just chuck it at the ground and freeze it or feed it off. But when you've got mass numbers, it becomes even to give them a cold bath prior to freezing becomes a numbers game. Yeah, time and effort. You're talking if you got 20 pinkies, it doesn't matter. But sometimes I pull out 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 pinkies that have got to go in a freezer. So from a commercial point of view, I used to have a flat metal tray, and I would just spread them out loosely, and you establish them as you're cooling. So I would put them in trays out at air temperature, and as you said, they'd naturally get cool. And then I would go take them and, obviously making sure they, weren't like stacked 2 inches thick. I'd take them out when they're nice and cool, thin layer. So I'd put them in a freezer, but I'd also put them on a freezer shelf, not, actual one that actually had the coolant going through the actual shelf itself. Yeah. And so you're literally putting them on ice straight away, like literally, and you go back in 5 minutes, I would do. Yeah. But it's another thing.
Sorry? Made a comment. People complain about the blood in the packet.
They do. If you're selling commercial and you chuck a pinky,
you can't have blood in there.
No, can't have it. No blood, please.
But you take a pinky and slap it on the table, chuck it at the ground. You cause a blunt force trauma. You get a swelling in the head, and suddenly, if you sell that to someone as a commercial producer, these have been mistreated and they're damaged, and I'm not paying for that.
What do you mean? They don't just crawl into a packet and go and lie next to each other in a little nice row.
Perfect.
You mean that's not how? What's going on? I thought that was how it works.
But honestly, this is they look at other methods like the nitrogen and argon gas. But I looked at a few studies. Some said they went to sleep peacefully, but other ones said that they didn't go to sleep at all. So I think that's something that probably could be, and it's scientific institutions that kind of really need to look into that. But at the same time, scientific institutions aren't keeping it for feeding to other animals. They're doing it to look at drugs so they can use euthanasia solutions, which aren't safe to give to your feeder animals. Here in Europe at the moment, I think it was in Germany, there was like someone that has made a big fuss about someone treated their rats with ivermectin and then they fed it to their vipers or something and they ended up dying, and then now they're trying to chase it because of ivermectin, but I highly doubt it because of the concentrations that it would need to be. But ivermectin compared to, I don't know whether it's that's you can't use it in turtles, but you can use it in a lot of carpet pythons.
Well, ivermectin, we use that, administer that to their drinking water to get rid of mites. Isn't that the stuff for rats to get rid of their skin mites?
Yep. Yeah. You can give it to them. Well, some guys want to administer it to themselves to treat COVID, but I wouldn't be doing it. It can.
People are stupid.
But ivermectin, it does have a narrow safety limit compared to some other drugs, but it is a lot more effective. Like I'll be reluctant to use it on animals that are emaciated or have a high burden of mites, for example, especially some of the snakes that come in, because I know that there is a very narrow safety margin and you can end up with them dying, because they just can't process the drug. So
I hope this show doesn't get pulled because we spoke about ivermectin. Facebook's got rules about talking about things. We might get censored for that. So just as a final note, Jonathon, where can people find out more about your work? And in closing, where can people find you on the interweb?
So there's my Beardie Vet page, which is I'll just search Beardie Vet on Facebook, and then there's also Dr. Jonathon Howard. That's kind of my professional one. It's not very active because I'm doing more research work, and I'm not really allowed to disclose too much of the stuff I do. It's all very confidential, but it's got a lot of past cases in other species, wildlife species, endangered turtles, that you can look on there. You can contact me if you want. I'm generally pretty busy, and it's not too active now since I've moved out of the clinical field. But I do have a lot of this is where meanings. You probably only know me as the Beardie Vet, but I've had a lot of experience with Morelia, breeding them, and other veterinary things that if you want to get me to talk on anytime, I can chime in.
Yeah, well,
have a chat.
There's a lot of time these days to do these stuff. I think so. I'm sure Aaron looks like he's falling asleep there. So
I'm enjoying. No, I'm not far from it. Yeah. I'm just disappointed we got to finish because I had other things I was going to ask, but we'll save them for another talk.
I'm just guessing here. I'm just going, I don't want to. I know it's early morning where you are, and you've got your kids there and stuff. I don't want to keep people away from their family. So I'm just saying. If you wanted to ask stuff, go ahead. I'm fine. I've got nowhere to go. We've got COVID.
People want to. Okay. Well, come on, Darren. This is going to be like a 5-hour marathon.
Maybe
No. I was just going to get onto some because obviously talking about the wild populations and the research is quite good, but then I thought I might steer it back to captive breeding and stuff. So only if you want to go there.
We could also what we could do is I could run this chat onto the screen here, and if there's people that's because we've got some people that have actually watched the whole show so far. So if there's people with questions, we might throw a few questions up there and we could answer it, or let the doctor answer we've already covered the party globes. It's a no-go. But if there's other questions, go ahead. I'll stick it up there and we'll see. Can you see the questions if I put it up on the screen there, Jonathon?
Yeah, I've got questions. I can see the questions on
the side. Cool. Okay, so if you want to read through it, Darren, go ahead and ask your pressing matter, please.
Oh, no. So I was just going back to like captivity, because obviously there's a lot of people here watching also obviously breed dragons in captivity. And obviously Beardies are more than capable of multi-clutching, 2, 3, 4 clutches in a season, depending. So obviously with the more knowledge we now have, the people like yourself are doing, with Beardie nutrition and keeping them, what would be the recommended way? Your female's gravid, she's laid a clutch, she obviously loses a lot of condition through egg deposition and development of those eggs. How would you fatten that female up, so to speak, to put her back into the best condition for a second clutch if you were that way inclined, and so on and so forth?
So what you would do is, so in the wild, it was 60% veggies to 40% insects for wet weight. So I would just increase portion control. Like instead of feeding them 5 days a week, do it every day and sometimes twice a day to get that condition. If you want to breed them again, it's important to get that calcium and that vitamin D3 and the fat stores. I'll be honest, most dragons have plenty of fat stores, but the vitamin, the calcium, important for the shell and the subsequent clutch to have enough calcium for their bone development and have a head start so they're not born with weak bones. And then also the vitamin D so the female can put that inside the egg yolk. So that baby's got to store straight away of vitamin D to start absorbing calcium from the first feeds that it gets from the breeder. So that would be, and just portion control, increase it because it's balanced for them. We know the average clutch for a female is 2.5 clutches per season. If you're going to be really pumping it, if you're a breeder and you think you need to pump out 5 or 6 clutches a year to sell, I would seriously consider what is right, because those last 3 clutches are going to have be weaker individuals to start with, and you'll put your female behind for the next season. But so average in the wild is 2.5 clutches. It's females in the wild don't actually start breeding till their second year. They don't get to breeding size until their second year. A male born in early January, which is when the first eggs start hatching in the wild, they will reach sexual maturity of 11.4 centimeters by the end of, if it's a good season, by the end of autumn. And so they'll be ready to go in spring. Whereas a female, she needs to grow to 14.1 centimeters to become reproductive.
Oh, interesting.
And she won't get there until that next year.
I found it is the second year.
So they'll sometimes breed in their second year. They're most productive in their third year, and then it wanes off in their fourth year. And then halfway through their fourth year, they've reached their life expectancy and they die. So average lifespan of a bearded dragon for females is 4.5 years.
That builds in well with the longevity. This question by Scott: what is the reason for reduced longevity? Is it poor husbandry or poor genetics, in your opinion?
So in captivity, technically we have access to all the veterinary care and stuff like that. Yeah. I think it's poor husbandry at the end of the day. We get a lot of animals dying of liver failure and associated things from that, and metabolic bone disease. But, honestly, we got my original dragons that I rescued and then I had to rehome when I moved overseas. They ended up living for 15 years in another person's care.
Yeah.
I'm seeing, I think I had someone message me the other day and their dragon was climbing up to 20 years and still going.
Gee.
So they're living well if you give them a good diet. We're at the point now where it's, they're going to die from neglect, not the right husbandry, or oversupply of nutrients, i.e. fat dragons causing liver failure. So it's if you keep them somewhere in the middle their whole life, you're going to get a good life out of them. And then the things that they're going to succumb to are the things that extending a life beyond its natural time. So 4.5 years for a wild dragon. Once you extend past there, you start getting cancers. Okay. And I've been doing quite a few cancers, but also we're getting some quite young cancers in bearded dragons, like 2-year-old dragons getting intestinal, stomach, endocrine tumors, gastric tumors, and we're not quite sure. I don't know whether, and this is around the world. I've seen about 5 cases in the last 3 years, which is more than I'd ever seen. And I don't know whether it's because, one, we're looking for it. Vets are becoming more clued on now and looking for it. And people are actually going, I'm taking my bearded dragon to a vet rather than, it's just a lizard. And so we're seeing these increased tumors in them, in the stomach tumors. And in humans, we know that if there is too much stomach acid, what happens is the stomach lining cells replicate every 4 days. You get new ones. They're constantly replicating. If you're commonly damaging it with, i.e. feeding them heaps more than you're meant to, so they've always got food in their stomach, that's increased numbers of stomach acid in there, which is eroding the cells, and the cells have to replicate faster and more. Yeah. And that leaves it open for DNA mutation. Suddenly you have a tumor, which is a tumor. It's an uncontrolled growth of cells. So I think it's somewhat related to that, judging by the amounts that people are feeding, like 3 times a day when they're young, and as they get older every day. It's just constant large supplies. I think that's what's going on, but we're not going to know for another 20 years first of all, someone has to try and do a study on it. I don't know whether giving animals cancer is the ethics committee is going to look onto that too well. But I think once we get enough cases, it will start becoming more apparent.
A question for you as well. Did you ever encounter bearded dragons in consecutive visits to their range? Did you ever run into the same beardie twice or 3 times? Yeah.
Yeah, recaptures. Yeah, we got 3 recaptures or something, and they were all within 100 meters of where we found them.
Yeah.
I think one of them was a female, a super female. I remember her because I was chasing after her and I broke my infrared camera. I'm happy, but luckily Fleur repaired that for free.
Yeah.
But there was another one, just Booker. I knew it was the same one from the time we caught him because we chased him and he turned around and chased us back. He was extremely aggressive, trying to bite us without us.
You want a piece of me?
Yeah.
But, so you again.
Yeah, and there was one more male which we found, and he had moved about 50 meters down the road. So yeah. But other than that, we don't find that many, and it is due, like most of the males we're looking at, 2-year-old, 3-year-old males only live to about 3.5 years old, and they've reached their life expectancy and they die, and there's always that male that comes back. So, and Scott's ridden, he regularly sees some males year after year, and that's, I reckon if we didn't just do road cruising, I reckon if we went to the same spot every year, we'd probably see a few males come back year after year. You get some that live maybe to 7, but then you get ones that only last around a year or 2. So, yeah.
There's 2 questions here that sort of build into each other. So first one's from Pete Hawkins. He said, what do you think? I don't know if the whole question will fit on there. Okay, it does actually. So what do you think about a disaster that is the silkback? So it's basically in relation to the silkback and the issues that they've got. Yep. And then somebody, Stacey Leland, she asks a similar question. She's kept Beardies for 15 years, but in the last 2 to 3 years, I've seen a huge increase in neurological issues.
Yeah, the translucents, yeah.
So it looks like it's 2 questions, the very similar base. So what do you, I mean, I think we've covered it, but your input, please.
Yeah. Once again, people selecting for highly selecting for a certain gene have brought across and selected for a deleterious mutation, and people not outcrossing. And when these things seem to go hand in hand. So, Meanies, you probably know from studying, but a lot of people don't know. But when the genes cross to transfer DNA, sometimes you get a trait on the strand of DNA. You look for, here's the gene for silkback or for translucent, and sitting right next to it is the gene for poor development of the vestibular part of the brain, which causes head tremors and stuff like that. If it's not developed properly, it smooths out, that part of the brain smooths out action. So that's close on and when they transfer information, across comes your translucent gene, across comes your poor development of your vestibular part of your brain. So that's what's happening. That's what sticks out in my mind. Translucence, what I see in clinic is a lot slower than what we see in the pet trade. So suddenly everyone starts getting trans, hypo, whatever. Then we start seeing increased numbers over the years. And I was getting a lot of translucents with neural issues. They would just sit there and start trapping things that weren't there. And, we fix all the husbandry, it's all fine. We check the blood counts, but just give antibiotics just in case, because a lot of neurological conditions in reptiles, everyone's quick to jump to viruses. 90% of the time, it's poor husbandry and then a septicemia and a lesion in the brain. So we just treat them with antibiotics just to make sure, and it's still there. The animal's eating, but it's just there. Sometimes they have constant diarrhea, and that is inbreeding depression. Their immune system's not as strong because they're inbred, and they just can't cope with bacterial loads and stuff that goes on with them in the gut. And this is where we need to be really careful. Most of the people that bring in these ones with neurological conditions wanted a trans, hypo, donor, whatever, and they just wanted a pet. So there's no inkling to breed it, and that's fine. But you get a lot of them, people out there breeding them, have those neurological conditions, look at the drags, for example, and going, well, this is worth money. I want to breed it as soon as I can to get babies, and just throw out any ethical decision to go, okay, this animal can't function properly, but I just want to make a quick buck. But this is where the problem is. And we, it's good to have those morphs. It gets people in. Your trans, it's not too deleterious. Doesn't affect their quality of life. The neurological gene that comes with it does affect their life. And a lot of the ones with gut problems with it from the inbreeding, we have diarrhea all the time in them. But they're the things that you go, okay, need to outcross. If you want to keep breeding them, you need to outcross with normal type and try to get rid of that in the chance that you can get rid of those genes, those recessives.
But I think people,
Pete's one was the,
sorry, man.
Pete's one of the silkback. He's right. They're a disaster. Shedding problems.
Easy way around that. Wasn't there a study? Wasn't there a study the study with the leatherbacks that they tend to lose more? Is that the study that you were referring to? I noticed that as well.
Yeah. So that study found that the temperatures are the same. Surprise, surprise. Like, you can't reverse millions of years of evolution to get them at the right temperature. So they need the right temperature for their immune system, all their stomach enzymes, all their functions, bodily functions to work properly. But when you reduce the scalation, keratin and the scalation is there to protect them from the environment, prevent water loss. Bearded dragon, reptiles can lose water through their scales. It's a common misconception, but it's highly variable on their ecosystem. For example, your arid animals, wild type bearded dragon, would lose about 0.1 milligram of water per square centimeter per hour in their environment, whereas a crocodile is going to lose 3 to 4 milliliters of water per square centimeter per hour because they live in an aquatic environment, so they transfer a lot of water across. But so you're talking about a normal bearded dragon losing hardly any. You get rid of silkbacks. So there's two types of keratin. There's alpha keratin and beta keratin on the skin. So alpha keratin is between the scales, and beta keratin beta keratin is the scale covering. Beta keratin is highly resistant it's very thick, and it's highly resistant to water loss. Once you when you're selecting for a leatherback, it reduces the amount of beta keratin, and once you select for the silkback, it gets rid of all the beta keratin. So you've only got alpha keratin, which is highly porous to water. So you start losing a lot of fluid there. So you're going to have an animal that's going to get dehydrated under the normal temperatures that you need to provide for a dragon. And so they have skin shedding problems. You need to provide a bit more humidity for them. Yes, they do like it dry. They don't need bearded dragons. Their humidity in their environment isn't always 20%, like they say on the forums. It's that everyone's trying to keep their bearded dragon at 20%, and you're like, that's really dry. Like, it's 60% in the morning, and it drops to 20% at a basking point. But by the time it gets so hot that it's dropped to 10%, they're in a burrow, which is at 50%. So that's.
There was something that I spoke about. I saw there was a study on chameleons in the montane forest where they absorb them, where they go to sleep, and their lungs are actually adapted to absorb moisture from this mist that comes in. And people are always saying, like they hose them down. And did you ever look at Beardies with that? Because I know, wouldn't there be mist in the mornings where they are? Or I'm just riffing here.
So I have read that study, and it's the Namib desert, which is, despite it being a desert and it never rains, the humidity almost reaches like 100% during the night.
Yeah.
But and they absorb it through they gain 1 to 2 grams of water overnight just by breathing it. I haven't done any studies or any looked into it, but Judith Badham's study she put beardies with like little masks on to find out how much water they're losing.
Yeah.
And they did lose water through breathing. They, when they sit there on the hot spot and open their mouth and they go, they're evaporative cooling. It's not actually evaporative cooling. It's more the cool air coming in, exchanging cool air through the lungs, and not losing that much. But they're definitely not gaining, because the most fluid she found through wild-type bearded dragon loss is they lose it through the skin when shedding. So you get an animal that's growing fast, it sheds more, so it loses water more. But if it doesn't grow as fast, it doesn't lose as much water, so it's okay in that arid environment. Anyone that has snakes knows that they get that fluid underneath that skin. That's moisture loss there. And then, but the highest was then through the mouth. They lose some, but the highest was actually through their eyes. They lose moisture through their eyes.
Wow.
So,
these Beardies would have looked so cool in their little suits. What did you put? Beardies, huh?
Yeah, but
crazy.
But if you look at the anatomy of you look top down anatomy of an eastern bearded dragon versus a central bearded dragon, the central bearded dragon has a brow and thicker eyes to protect it from the sun, obviously, but also just moisture loss and heat loss, evaporation loss from the eyes and stuff like that. So all little adaptations to help it survive in such a harsh environment.
Crazy.
Only small, but enough to make a difference.
Yeah. What else did you want to ask, Darren? Because I think you need to talk a little bit more. Come on.
Oh, get through. No, I'm good. No, it's more. I just get into a zone when I'm listening. What were any other questions? Because there was one other thing I was going to ask, and that's I remember back in the day feeding rodents to Beardies to put on condition.
Pinkies,
pinkies, fuzzies, hopper mice, not live ones, dead ones, but I'd go fresh kill some, and mainly to clarify, mainly to females for a little bit of extra nutrition after egg deposition. So, but
it's not balanced. Like you're talking about, it's got a good calcium phosphorus ratio, most of these things, but for another mammal it does, but not for a reptile.
Yeah,
and especially. Your calcium phosphorus ratio is going to go through the roof in something like a female that's laying a lot of eggs. So, back up towards that rapidly growing, so 5-to-1 type thing. So if you feed it a pinky or a mammal type prey, which has physically calcium phosphorus ratio of about 1-to-1 to 1.2-to-1, it's not going to do. You're better off just increasing portion control. Right thing, and feeding it multiple times a day. Just do it. And that's what it's designed for, It's, as I said, it's, a lot of them, they're not designed, like the reason it doesn't absorb vitamin D3 is that they don't have the right fat enzymes and the right bile acids to digest some of this fats. So you just feed it increased portion control. And, that's it really. And if you're feeding lots of crickets, just whack as much calcium on them to try and get that calcium ratio right. They're just horrible. And a lot of the roaches are the same. There's I think the only thing are like calci worms, which are close to getting what the right calcium phosphorus ratio is, and they're not. I don't know. I've had trouble trying to get dragons to eat those until they turn to flies, and they love running after them. That's a good environmental stimulation. Get all those what do they call them in US? Calci worms. Get your black soldier fly larvae, let them metamorph, and then you've got a good nutritious thing, and they can run around and chase it in the thing. And they're not going to hurt the animal. It's a normal food for them.
What are your thoughts on the state of these artificial or these black fly based black fly larva based powders, these gel meals that you can buy now? I see Fuzzy Fox makes his, Andy Sinclair makes it up in New South Wales now. What's your what do you think of those? And this is just opinion based, I just wanted to find out if you think that constituting some a meal, like would you introduce that into their diet? Would it be beneficial to add something like that?
I actually asked Andy to send me some nutritional profiles on it because I was interested in it, because I wanted to look at what they use. But like just as a general one, there are good and bad ones, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, the food. So they're just starting to regulate dog food production standards in Australia.
Yeah.
There is no standard one for reptiles, for bearded dragons.
Yeah.
And on top of that, until I've done all this stuff, no one knew what the normal ratio of food was.
Yeah.
So what's it developed at? I think they're good for, so a lot of, and it comes down to people feeding certain one type. This is the biggest problem. People going, this is a staple, only feed this or only feed that. Or people go, for example, don't feed mealworms because, you know, they're too fatty. But you need variety to make sure you get every amino acid profile and every mineral, trace mineral profile. So getting them to eat as much variation as possible is good. And those mixes that they have, depending on what it is, some dragons will eat it, and that provides them with trace minerals, getting stuff in there that they would usually get out in the wild, which we just can't provide. And it's good to have that, and it adds to the variation. So we're not getting overnutrition of certain vitamins, minerals, proteins, and not getting deficiency in a mineral as well. So I do think they're really good. A lot of these artificial foods that are coming out, I looked at them briefly about a year ago and started listing their nutritional profile. Mate, the amount of protein, carbohydrate, what matter, fish meal, this stuff like that is so variable in them for ones made for bearded dragons. You can't, like, I can't give you a straight answer what's good and what's not. I even have not done enough research, and there is not enough research out there to say, yeah, you will be right feeding these little pellets to your dragon for its entire life. There is a lot of oversupply of nutrients, so, you know, you're not going to go real bad, but there's no way I would say you should only feed this all day as 100% diet. There was a company, Australian company, promoting that at one of the veterinary conferences, and I executed them on it. But they, you know, it's good for a little bit of supplement just to get extra stuff in there. And it's good for when you, especially when, like, you talk about people going, oh, I can't get live feeders. It is definitely good to do that. But at the same time, we don't need to feed that many live feeders. People saying this Beardie is sending me broke because I'm spending $100 a month on insects. It's just crazy.
I used to supplement.
Yeah.
A question here that I've got for you. So I think I ran my group was about 450 or 460 at one point, and there was at least maybe probably 40 or 50 adults. But I always saw people say that they bite each other, the hatchlings, and I was convinced that was something that you could. What's your opinion on that? Because I thought that could be a genetic disposition, that some of them bite each other, but that seemed to go away when I introduced bowls of salad every day. They stopped when there was enough food. They wouldn't bite each other. What's your opinion on that?
So when a baby dragon's born, so we find these baby dragons, when they disperse, they don't disperse far. They disperse maybe 20 meters at the max.
Yeah.
And they like to use, especially when really small, they like to use the cover. We get a lot of these salt bushes, and they actually sit in it and cling on it the whole time. And when an insect runs by, they go and grab it. If a bit of grass comes up, they go down and eat it and then go back on this bush. And so they disperse. They're highly stimulated by movement.
Yeah.
And that's an innate survival instinct. So when they see the tail moving, when they see the leg moving of their siblings, that's a food item. Grab it, because I need to get food to survive. When they're small, everything eats them. If they haven't grown, their body surface area to volume ratio is increased, so they lose more water. So everything's ingrained in them to just eat anything that moves, eat anything that looks like food. So once you provide heaps of food there, then they're eating and they're not thinking something else is food. So, but we have selected for animals that are even more extreme to eat. Obviously, people with poor husbandry aren't going to have an eating animal, but if you have an eating animal through poor husbandry, it's likely to survive, right?
Yeah.
So people have selected that. So when people take their bearded dragon outside and it suddenly eats an earring off the ground or some rock or something,
Or battery.
that's like, or a battery. It's a bloody Labrador syndrome. Like, they just eat anything. They think anything that's shiny, anything is food.
Oh,
and
look
it's
at that. That
also
looks good.
because a lot of them have been kept in a sterile environment where anything that's new introduced is food. So as soon as they go out and they take them out and put them on the ground, that's small enough to fit in our mouth. It must be food. Bang. So, it's about, we do know from studies in other animals, you keep them in a sterile environment, they're going to go, they don't know what else is out there. So they're going to do what's normal. For bearded dragons, taste is highly, so they're going to go eat it. That must be food. But if you have an animal that's, introduced at an early age to its normal environment, it learns quickly what's food, what's not, and what's meant to do. So.
And just a basic tip for people. I see a lot of people say, "Oh, but my Beardie doesn't want to eat veggies and stuff." So, what I used to do is you just take a flat bowl. Bunnings sells these really small. It's like almost like a plastic saucer. And what I did was I put that. I used to grate everything nice and fine. So they couldn't just eat what they wanted. They had to eat through everything. So I used to use Tuscan kale and sweet potato and carrot and watercress and you name it. If you can buy it in a shop, I used to get it and make a big bucket full of that, and I put a little bit of that in, and then I take mealworms and just not full grown mealworms, like the half size mealworms, and stick it into so they move in that vegetable mix. And the Beardies used to go nuts for that. And then when you have the days that they don't get the insects, they'd still go for that because they start to associate that vegetable matter, that movement.
I used to do the same thing with wood roaches. I used to breed all my own wood roaches back in the day. You probably remember, John, buckets and buckets, and tubs of them. And it was exactly the same way. I used to have the fluon painted around in a deep bowl buried into the sand. Yep. And I put those in and throw the salad on top, and they, you see them looking at, oh, what's that in there? And they go and they go to grab the wood roach, and they end up with a mouthful of salad as well, and off they go. Easy done.
But that's once again like, we're overfeeding them. They're at the buffet. Yeah. They don't want to eat the salad because there's seafood and steak. Like let's be honest.
People I was just to get them onto it when
I held out for 3 days. Because I gave in and decided to feed him 50 roaches or something like that. It's like because give it 3 weeks.
But it's that human nature. We eat every day and we eat 3 meals. We expect. What did they call that in English? There's a word for that where we want to use a human anthropomorphism on animals, and it's the worst thing that we can do when it comes to reptiles because they work completely the other way. Like I said before, like I used to put my dragons down for winter, and I'd have them go to sleep for I would say 5 months, and they would be almost rock solid cold, and they would not lose. They might lose 5 or 10 grams during that period where they were sleeping, and they'd wake up. They'd have this poo that looked like a slime plug almost. And they'd go on with their daily work, and they like nothing happened, and they would literally switch off during that time. And people are scared that, can't stress this enough. These things are bulletproof if, they are very tolerant to they live in a tough environment. We can't treat them with gloves on. I mean, it's just not how they work.
I remember mine used to go down the cold end and dig a hole in the sand and curl up and just lay there. And be over there going, "You all right?" First time I did it, it was like,
I'm not ready yet.
Supposed to happen, but
But they so a bearded dragon's metabolism is 1/10 of the equivalent size bird. So if you look at, if there's any people that keep a bearded dragon sized bird out there, so you talk in weight wise, so we're talking an eclectus parrot, for example, which weighs about 380 grams. The amount of food that you cut up for them, fruit and stuff, a bearded dragon only needs 1/10 of that. And if you brumate them for half the year, they need 1/20th of the amount of food. So, we're talking very small amounts of food to maintain them when they're an adult. And, and then when you see people feeding them every day, of course they're going to be obese. Like, it's just the volumes of food that people shove all into them. And
see
that's
plenty of fat
where
ones.
we get our fatty liver problems. And then the parasites kick in because the immune system isn't strong. And, they just...
But the problem is we associate a fat lizard with the roundness. We associate that with well cared for, and people literally care for them to death. I mean, they look after them they cause their death because they they looked after to death. I mean, there's no. It's hard to bring that home to people that it's not, it's not what we think, what we in humans think is healthy. It's just not the same. Sorry, I'll keep having on.
It's the Labrador syndrome. Yeah, it's the Labrador syndrome. You look at a Labrador, everyone sees a Labrador. Yeah, that's what a Labrador is. You show them, for example, our mate Justin Chewy, he was working with the sniffer dogs at Customs.
Yeah.
Mate, people come up and ask, what type of dog's that? And you're like, it's a Labrador. It's just a normal, skinny, healthy way. Like, people are so perceived that got these fat,
humongous Labradors.
It's become normalized. And, and especially let's be honest, who can blame the Americans? Like, they've never seen a bearded dragon in the wild.
Because nobody was out there doing what you did.
Yeah, no one's out there doing it. It was just the breeder who pumped them full of food and got babies out of them and said, you don't need anything, you just feed them and they breed. So, and then on top of that, let's look at, Australian and American and Western civilization where we're excess of food. It's just a follow-on thought there. So
there was a question here that we missed by Corey Schrader. He actually asked, and I thought we did cover this, but this is a question that you would know the answer to. You have spoken about spring, summertime. What's your experience on wild animals during winter regarding UV feeding? We didn't. I thought we covered that, but we didn't. What have you found? Do they do during winter?
So there's two separate types of brumation that we witness. So we get the original, the one that we think, they go into a dark hole and go to sleep. So these burrows there's significant shelters that they use in the environment, which are different. Brumation burrows, usually about 60 centimeters deep in sand, north-facing bank or something like that, or they're deep up underneath a fallen log that's well covered in sand. And that brumation burrow will sit around 15 degrees day and night for the whole time, and they just sleep the whole time. We found a couple of bearded dragons brumating. We actually we found one, and his burrow just went straight down about 60 centimeters. We had one of those, those cameras that plumbers use to stick down toilets and stuff.
Yeah.
We had
I was just going to ask you, how do you find them? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we stuck it down there. So I spotted this guy going 60 k's an hour from 50 meters away. I saw his head popping out of the ground, and we thought it was a female laying. And then as we put the camera down next to him, it's like, no, there's no eggs. We ripped him out, and then we realized he was a bearded dragon that had just woken up from brumation, dug out, and how they're really sleepy that day when they get out. He was just doing that, getting the sun on him. And but his burrow was 60 centimeters deep. We know from studies in equivalent sized mammals that burrow in the same ecosystem that the temperature doesn't move from 15 degrees day and night for the whole of winter. Even though it's 0 degrees outside, it doesn't move. So they sit in that, and they'll sit there, and we're not quite sure what the cues are, but from other animals, from other reptiles, we know that wake up from brumation is temperature, possibly barometric pressure, means that storms coming, rain's coming, seasons changing, and then photoperiod. They can't detect photoperiod when they're down underneath there, so I'm not quite sure how. But there's also just a natural circadian rhythm that these animals have developed. It's like humans, So, but so there's that type, and then there's other animals which will choose more of something that's not as deep, and they're more exposed to the variation in temperature. And on hot days out there, like some days, like it'll get 27, 25 degrees during the day air temperature. So under the sun, it's still 38, 40 degrees, but they'll actually come out and bask on those days. The day's over, they go back in. And if the next day's cool, they'll just stay back in brumation. And so we actually see that in captivity as well. We get some animals, some keepers prefer to switch all the lights off, and that's all well and good. You just keep the temperature constant, that's fine. But other keepers, and this is how I like to cool all my animals, is just reduce the temperature for, reduce the heating hours. So instead of 12 hours heat, I'll reduce it to the middle of winter to 4 to 6 hours. And the natural temperature drop in my reptile house was, there's an ambient temperature drop. So, but then on the really hot days, the dragon wants to come out anyway and bask, so he can just bask. And then he just goes back to sleep for the next cool days. So there's different brumation kind of techniques that they use out in the wild, depending on the temperature. And from Badham's study and from the data we've seen is that they don't leave a sheltered site until the air temperature hits 21 degrees. So they need to get to 21 degrees to move out, to start basking. And then they won't move to an exposed basking site till about 26 degrees. And all our data supports that. All the dragons we caught that were basking were all the air temp, all the temperatures of them were above 26 degrees. There's like a flat line, like a bottom of a cloud, just like not everything above 26 degrees. So we think that when they're brumating, their cue to come out is when they first start peaking in their brumation burrow, when it starts getting above that 21 to 23 degrees, that tells them, okay, it's warm enough to start going out and basking. We think, but we're not 100% sure.
And tell me, with the when they're in that state, I'm assuming then their metabolic, their D3 metabolism, and that type of stuff,
everything slows down.
Old, it shuts down.
Yeah, they don't. Everything's reduced. The amount of food they need. So that some people still feed through their semi-brumation. I don't like it because it puts food in there, and if they go to sleep and then it rots, and then you get bacteria overgrowth and stuff. But their requirement for food decreases. Their requirement for UV, the heat, everything like that stops. The heat goes. So because the heat goes, they're not metabolizing as much, so they're not using up as much calcium. They're not using, so everything reduces. So once they go into brumation and you're not feeding them, like they literally don't need the UV. Like they're going to sleep. They're just sitting in the corner. You just need to make sure you don't freeze them. So that's it.
Did you, a question like that's a little bit sciencey? Did you find that did you draw blood from them when they were in that state? Or was it easier to draw? Did you
drew blood from 2 dragons which were coming out of brumation. I don't pull them from dragons in brumation because that's a total different ball game. Like,
is it harder to get the blood out of them when they cool down?
Not at all. Not at all. They still need to maintain their blood pressure, so it's not harder. But the fact that most of the dragons that we're going to see in the vet clinic when they're active, so we need to have active parameters. Brumation is going to show something different. I don't know why. If your dragon was healthily brumating, I don't know why you would wake it up or do anything. I wouldn't. People want to bath them. They're not using water. They don't need water when they're brumating. You don't need to bath them every week when they're brumating. In fact, you're doing worse than you're cold shocking them. You're making them switch their metabolism on when it's meant to be switched off. Therefore, their immune system is not working. Therefore, if you warm them up, the parasites in them, which they naturally carry, start metabolizing, and then you don't have an immune system switched on, and you can cause trouble. So disturbing them during brumation is stressful for them. So generally don't do it. If you need to get blood from one that's brumating, it must be because it's getting sick, in which case we can measure it against our normal parameters and say, no, it's got white blood cells through the roof. You need to wake it up and start treating it.
I was just interested to know if the blood flow rate's different in a cold dragon.
Yep.
Warm dragon. So it'd be a slower, okay.
Slow and hard rate.
So slower heart rate, so blood pressure would have to be maintained somewhat, because that's one thing with pretty much every animal. If the brain doesn't have a certain amount of blood pressure, it doesn't do well.
Okay. So do you think the lack of brumation would affect the longevity?
Oh, this is hard. Like, I've talked to keepers who have dragons that are 15-year-old and it's never brumated, and they're 15 years old. And then I have people who brumate them every year and it died at 5. I think we don't have enough data on that at the moment. We look at other species like, people say that things like central netted dragons will die quicker if you don't brumate them in the smaller dragons. But at the same time, those animals are an annual species. They live and die within a season. So, it's hard to tell. In captivity, it'll live for 11 years. Like, it's hard to say at this point. There is a defined cell lifespan in all animals. Humans are hitting the peak of it, obviously. That's why we're getting cancers. But I think I'm not quite sure. I would assume that, you slow down a cell, so you slow down cell division, which is related to cell quiescence, cell death, how soon it metabolizes. So I'm assuming it would. Personally, I brumate all my animals, my dragons, just because I'm cheap as well. I don't want to heat all the way through winter.
We'll need a break from the electricity bills during winter.
And the poop cleaning that goes with it.
Yeah. But also, like, unless you have a lot of heat pumping in, a lot of them will try to brumate anyway. You need a lot of heat for some of these dragons to keep them awake. You want, like, if you're trying to drop the nighttime heat on them and you've got a cold snake room in winter in Australia, for those overseas and want to know why it's getting so cold in Australia during winter, Australian houses don't have efficient insulation, so it drops to like 10 degrees in the house. So, but I use that as an aid to cool all my reptiles. And if you're working against that, then you got to install like ceramic heat things that don't emit light, and it's not a proper way to do it. There's no real nighttime source heat. Yeah.
They're pretty tolerant of nighttime drops. There's a whole thing that people tune the heat down overnight. I never used to. But in saying that, if you're living in there, like Australia, even down in Melbourne, nighttime temperatures, they can tolerate hard nights. It's about the day. It's about how warm the day gets. It's about how long the day is. That's the stuff. But they know. It's like they've got that trigger, like you said. They've got that circadian. They've got that trigger that they can feel in the air. The average night temperatures are getting lower than it used to, and it's time to go now. It's time to sleep. So
slow down. But we look at like, we actually see them actually get colder in spring and autumn at nighttime than they do in winter when they're brumating. Once the daytime temperatures get really hot in spring and the early parts of autumn, they actually go from their brumation burrow to an escape hide burrow in the early parts and late parts of spring and the late parts of autumn. And those nights still get down to 5-9 degrees air temperature. Obviously, in their little burrows, it's a few degrees colder, warmer, but not much more. It's actually, they'll probably only, get, like, we found one that was in his escape burrow. He was 11 degrees in early spring. And you'd think, but the thing is after those kind of escape burrows are only about, they're about this far on the ground. They're quite exposed. They have like only an entrance to it, and they'll only go there on the early part of spring when nighttime predators aren't active. So when your mulga snakes aren't active and stuff, because they don't like going in their escape burrow to sleep usually, or spending large amounts of time, because it's a dead end. So if it's in warm temperature and they're sitting in an escape burrow, that's when the good old mulga snake or some other snake will come in and eat them. So once it starts warming up at night, when those species of snake are active, they'll actually sleep in trees, sleep on exposed bushes and stuff like that. They don't actually sleep undercover as such when the nighttime temperatures increase. But in the early spring and late autumn, when it's cold, they'll use that as shelter. And then in the deep parts of winter, they'll go to something deep. So, and this is why we need such high basking temperatures for these dragons. The colder it is at night that they're exposed to, they need that increased heat to bask during the day to switch on their immune system, get the heat all the way through core to their body. Then when it gets so warm where nighttime temperatures aren't dropping below 27, 25, they go into estivation. They realize that if I keep carrying on as I am, because the peak of summer, you get a food shortage as well.
Yeah.
All the green herbage dies off, all your termites have a very thin exoskeleton. They dehydrate easily. So they only come above the ground once it's cooler and once there's humidity. So there's no food around for them. And if they keep basking and doing the things they're doing in peak summer, they would use up all their energy. Yeah. So what they do is they don't come out during summer unless they detect an incoming storm. The hour or two before the storm comes, all the termites come above ground because the humidity shoots up, and then they got food and they quickly bask. Storm comes, they get the first bits of rain, get some drink. They'll actually curve their body and try to get rain running down them, and they'll lick it, and then they'll duck back into shelter. So the estivation that we see in summer is stressful for them because heaps of heat, they can't cool enough if they're in the wrong position. They've got parasites running overtime in them, metabolizing because of the high temperature, and they're just trying to keep everything under control by keeping the temperature. They're doing up calories, so it's a stressful time. So and water shortage unless the rain comes. So they don't want to be there. So people that providing 24-hour heat are really they're putting their animal under stress. They need that nighttime drop to say, okay, I don't need to chew as many calories. I don't need to stress my body as much. So that's what we're really seeing now. And this is almost for almost all of your temperate to subtropical reptiles. They need that. Even subtropical for your lizards and your snakes and stuff like that. You don't just, like a lot of people just switch off the heat or they switch down the heat, when in fact is a lot of these reptiles, especially like your Morelia or your pythons up in the subtropical regions, they change from a nocturnal activity in summer to diurnal activity in winter to bask, to just switch on their immune system just enough to get that heat and fight any infection, keep that good, but then duck away before they get too warm for too long and start chewing calories.
Right, hide, yeah.
So it's very important for them to have that nighttime drop in a lot of reptiles. I guess your exceptions would be, your really tropical rainforest ones where it's 24 to 27 degrees, 24/7.
That's perfect. The perfect climate.
But even your, I've been doing a lot of work with your yellow-bellied sea snakes and other sea snakes, and even them, every manual, and even like some of your sea turtles, every manual says to keep them at 24 degrees flat. You're not going to get them for going too long in captivity that way. We were rehabbing them. As soon as we provided a hot spot, they would move to the hot spot after eating and at certain times of the day, and then go back down to the background of 24 degrees. And we got survival rates up to over 99% once we started doing that.
I guess it boils down to choices. You have to give them choices. They have to be able to choose. So if you control their choices for them, then you're gonna fail.
You're gonna run into problems, and that's and a lot of the data that I'm applying and finding for recommended basking spots is you need that nighttime drop. Some people go, oh, my dragon only prefers a 38-degree hotspot. These people are heating throughout the night, not letting it drop, and once again, because they're not getting that basking temperature, that immune system's just not switching on enough to control things, and we get them in with parasite problems. They get infections in their mouth and stuff like that. And also another thing with a lot of the heavy dragons. So, our biggest dragon in the wild at the end of summer when they're going into brumation was 530 grams. You get an 800-gram bearded dragon. That's a lot of mass
to warm up,
heat,
yeah,
to warm up. And people with 38-degree hotspots, the center of that animal can't get to optimal, and they end up with bacterial infections and stuff like that.
But it's the same with carpets, Aaron. It's the same with carpets. I used to find it's like people,
carpets. Yep.
That if you don't give them a area where they like, that's why you have to up that, especially winter. You up that less hours, but you have to increase that hotspot temperature so that they can get that center, they core warm enough so they don't get those issues. That's why they get these RIs. It's because of that. People think they can warm the same amount.
You'll see them. You'll give them their height, and you'll see them when they want. They're at the front getting cold. And they'll stay there. You go there at night time. Look at this muppet. He's sitting at the front of the enclosure, freezing for 4 days. But that's where they want to be. You've got to have that option there. Yeah. And then suddenly you go back there. Then the next 2 days they're sitting straight on top of the heat. So you need the options for them to sleep where they want to be. Not saying, oh, you need to be hot. You can only have this. They've got to have the options.
But we get, I get people coming in and they've got this carpet python or this bearded dragon that's like an adult size now. And I'm like, what's your hotspot? And they're like, 30 for a bearded dragon. Oh, it's 36 degrees or 37 degrees. And for a Morelia, they're going, oh, it's been 32 degrees. And I've had it since a baby and now it's come in and it's sick. And it's like, but I've always had it that temperature. And it's like, no, that animal has gone from 10 grams and to overweight bearded dragon to 800 grams, or carpet python to 2 kilograms. That's a lot of mass to heat up.
Yep.
And that heat is no longer penetrating them, because if you talk to Francis and you talk to Rowan Murren, the infrared that we're using, if it's an incandescent infrared A, that penetrates almost a centimeter into the skin. But if you're using a ceramic heat, which is infrared C, that doesn't even get through a millimeter of the skin. So it's just not heating them. And we constantly have these problems with these massive animals, larger animals. The larger the animal, the more intense heat you need to pass through. And if it's fat, for example, reptiles store their fat in their coelom. Why? Because they're trying to get as much heat in. Whereas humans, mammals, they store their fat on the skin because they're trying to hold the heat in. Whereas reptiles are trying to allow the heat in. Once you have a reptile, like, you're fat, you get those really fat carpets or those fat beardies, and they get fat on the outside of their body cavity.
Yeah. When you see a black-headed python and it's got a fat chin,
And that fat is blocking the penetration of heat. It's simply blocking the penetration. So you need like 40-degree heat for a carpet or one of those terrestrial pythons or carpet pythons, or you need 45 degrees for a big fat dragon to get that heat to penetrate.
Yeah. And often the same thing, you'll see people have monitors and wonder why it's got a burn mark on it or something, because you've got something that's got a snout to vent length that's 2 foot, for example, and they've got one little spotlight trying to warm it, and the thing's just deep frying itself in one spot. You need to have an area that allows the whole animal to warm its whole body and not a square inch of it.
Yeah. Same the rest with the of its body staying on too cold.
It can't get anywhere near the temperature it wants to be. And what would you? The point injures itself.
But this is all stuff that comes with years of keeping. Like this is stuff that you learn by observing. Do you just think people don't watch the animals? Well, what do you think? Like this is stuff that a keen mind, a keen interest in knowing, you'd figure this stuff out. And you need to be a student of the snake. We like to throw it around on this.
A student. Yeah.
A lot of people just don't care. I mean, what causes that?
I think it's there's a lot of things that happen. Why do people get a reptile? A lot of people don't get them for the right. They want something they can sling on their neck and show off and say, bring them attention. But also it depends on the type of person. I don't know. Like I've been catching reptiles I could walk, so I've always observed them, and I don't know whether I have a knack for watching an animal in the wild and trying to apply that and working out what's going on, or whether it's just from experience being out there. and doing it, and going, okay, this, and looking for things to watch. And I don't know whether it's that, but some people maybe have it. Like I know some like wildlife carer. There's one wildlife carer, Nicola Martin. I work with the sea snakes with her. She can get wild snakes that most people can never get feeding, all those small leopards and stuff. She can get them eating like that. She just knows, she has a knack for things to just brilliant, just looking after and rehabbing an animal, doing something that I would struggle myself as well. So I don't know whether it's people just have a certain knack for things and can do it. And then you have your general population that need a guide that says, do this and do this. And whether they want to understand why you want to do it is another thing. I don't know. I probably, well, as you see, I probably chewed off the ear of every normal person that just wants to get their bearded dragon better. I don't know whether I give them too much information. The vet clinics I was working in was suddenly like, okay, if John has a reptile or especially a bearded dragon consult, you need to block out an hour, not just 15 minutes. Overload them with all this information. But hopefully some of it goes in. So
I don't know. I know, back in the early days, Johnny, like we'd often go herping. Like we've done cruises out Western Sydney and stuff like that, and I've done trips, done Mount Isa, I've done Iron Range. Like I've done quite a lot to observe and look and see things, from a fascination of keeping reptiles. But I don't know whether people do that anymore. It's now a morph game more than anything else, and it's captive bred and captive raised. Where going back, and when we did it 20 years ago, there wasn't the technology, the knowledge like you're sharing today. We didn't have that. So our way of learning was, how does the Beardie survive? In the wild, what do you keep them in? We go out in November, you go out in January, and you see different things, or you find a snake. You go, it's 10 o'clock at night, it's cruising. What's the temperature? There's a snake on the road, and like that's how we learn.
Or you catch like 100 golden crown snakes in one night, and you're like, where's all the other snakes going? Like, you know, anything.
You get here and you get like a stinking hot day, and you go, there's going to be a bit of an afternoon shower or an overcast afternoon. Let's go cruising. Because a bit of the rain, a bit of the weather, everything comes out. Off you go.
It does feel though like the last 5 years with social media and the fact that information flows a little bit easy. It's easier to track down people that know. Or it's harder to, people don't post. The experts don't post anymore because they get beaten to death with shit. But it feels like there's definitely been an exponential increase in what we've known, especially like what you mentioned, the UVC, UVA, UVB, how that works, the product developments that have happened. It's a lot easier to apply we've got the technology to apply what we know better, and then still people still do what the old textbooks recommend. Like it shouldn't be that hard, but maybe this is where this type of platform is handy now, where you can create a following and get followers that want to do it better, like the groups that you're involved in. So that's just my ranty, but I can go off tangent and rant a little bit.
That's not like you.
No. But you know what I mean?
That's the thing. Like, well, they look at it and it's like there's so much more information at our fingertips now, but there's so much more misinformation. And that was the aim of the Beardie Vet page, to go, you know what? I'm only going to put stuff out there that I find and what is scientifically backed up, or what we observe in the field, and give people exposure to what these animals are doing in the wild. But then you go through and like some of the bearded dragon groups I've had a look at, and like they're just like, no, you can't have your bearded dragon on sand, or you need different temperatures for babies compared to adults and stuff like that. And you're just like, where's this coming from? And there's experts in there who joined within the last 6 months have become a moderator.
Yeah, because my mate told me.
I'm actually surprised that you are part of a. I'm surprised that you'd be. Are you an admin or a moderator? What are you on that group? Or I'm surprised that you'd be overwhelmed.
I'm on a few of them, and the ones that I'm actually quite active in is ones that are they're mostly the groups like the Bearded Dragon Network, How Not to Slay Your Dragon. Those two groups they like to look for the science, like to look for the wild stuff.
Follow the science,
that can apply. So if they're willing to want to learn about it, then I'm happy to give input there. And like all of the reptile networks pages are all like that, very scientifically based. So and that's where I'd hope those things would be pushed. But in other groups, you're getting a lot of agendas. You're getting, whether it's fueling egos or people just call themselves an expert after
what
owning
group
one
that
animal or something like that.
What was the net? What do you call it? So it's called the Reptile Network. What page?
Reptile
what page
networks. They have Bearded Dragon networks, Bearded Dragons network, the Chameleon network, the Lizard. So there's several species groups. So if you want to focus on those,
because I'm always looking for. I get tired of reading. I get tired of arguments about stuff that shouldn't really be arguments. If you should do your research about who you're arguing with. That's how I see it. You see people arguing with Francis Baines about lights. And luckily now that they've sort of narrowed down the groups where they. And we all know, I started note. I've Googled her. I Googled UV light when maybe in the early 2000s, I would have Googled and her name popped up. Francis Baines YouTube videos with her, wherever her warehouse was with all the lights suspended and she was doing measurements and stuff. So for somebody to argue with somebody like that about UV, it's just ridiculous, but it just shows you the inability of just researching people. It takes 2 seconds to go online and go, who is Franz? You could do a Google search about somebody to find out who they are. So it's good to know that there's still.
I think Fran's retired now, and I don't know whether she's going to put more time into the UV stuff on the side, but there's other people like Sandra Wunderlich. She's in Germany. She knows a lot about, especially LEDs and stuff like that. Her stuff, whatever she posts is gold. And it does, a lot of those groups, it does require a technical mind in some of it.
Of course.
Especially the lighting stuff. I can tell you, I wasn't the best at physics and stuff like that, but I was better than the average person in the science. So it does, and wrapping my head around that has been pretty hard, but I got it. I know it now, and it all makes sense to me. And meshing it with anatomy, physiology of animals is, I think, an advantage over a lot of people. So I understand a lot of stuff. But a lot of the people joining are newbies.
I feel the same about chemistry 1A at uni. That was the one that crippled all wannabe scientists. Had to pass chemistry 1A, and that used to just kill people. It was like molar.
My move, molar and molarity, and it's
all the measurements
per liter, stuff like that. But we that's come back and bite me because I moved into research and moved into a lab, and doing some research, we have to do certain concentrations, and we spend an afternoon there. I'm like, chemistry nightmares are coming back. First year, so.
If you pass that subject, there's always this one subject that used to cripple you. You either made it and you were successful with your degree, or you didn't make it and you just had to do it over. I had guys do that. Do their first year 3 or 4 times in a row just to get that one, pass that one subject. You couldn't go on.
I hate to admit this, but the subject that I failed at uni was statistics.
Oh.
And guess what I had to do when I had to analyze all my data and what I'm doing now? Statistics.
But you know what? Once you click, it becomes easy. And it's it's like when I first started learning genetics. I remember Hickson come over once, and he's like explaining to me incomplete dominant and co-dominant, and all this sort of shit. And I swear he left. He knew what he was talking about, and I felt dumber for the experience. And he was right. He wasn't wrong. I just couldn't comprehend it. Yeah. And I remember, this
you realised how stupid you were.
Yeah, this is about early mid 2000s sort of thing. And then I started reading and reading and reading. And one day, the coin dropped, and I went, I get it. And as soon as I understood it, everything else just fell into place. but I couldn't get my head around it until, you know, it took me a couple of weeks, and then I was sitting there and I was looking at like Punnett squares and stuff and reading it, and then something just triggered, and I just went, oh, so if that's that, then this is this, and that's that. And I'm like, yes, you know. Yeah, it all made sense after that. It was easy.
To just add to your
statistics, I did really well.
To just add to your statistic, I had to do I chose statistical methods as well at, I think, in my third year. Oh no, second year, because I thought I had to take it, and I started doing that, and then somebody said to me, but you don't have to do that. You can do like a subject like logic. You just need something to fill the space. And I dropped that subject as soon as I heard it. You mean I didn't have to do this? Gone, you know, like it was a thorn in all our sides, statistical methods, because there's nothing exciting about it. You know, it's just literally just data entry and more data entry, and then, oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh no, the scary thing now is if I sit there and I find enjoyment in analyzing the data that I get out in the field. I think you just got to correlate it with something you like.
You like, you have to see the word.
Anyone that talks to me says that I'm very skim over the top. I very general. But once it comes to bearded dragon statistics and that stuff, I'm very particular.
I got the numbers.
Yeah, that's it. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer you there. Pete, this video will be, he's just asking if the video is going to be available to share. Yeah, of course. All of this stuff is going to go straight up to the internet, and I'll download it as well and do like shorter clips and cut out some of the and ahs and some of the talk of the red and party globes. You know, we've had enough of that tonight. So, there was a question somebody did ask. So if somebody wanted to get into research, so a lady asked earlier, what's the process that you have? I mean, it's different for every country that you have to, and I'm sure there's a lot of days that there has to be study involved. So how do you turn your hobby into like research? How do you do that?
So times have changed. Back in the day of, Jerry Swan and Steve Wilson and that, you just had to be a keen herper and start observing stuff and documenting things. And there is room for just the general herper to put things in like, herpetological observation journals and stuff like that. But this day and age, it's all very much turning to specialization of tertiary education and even like PhDs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I got into it based on, I did my vet degree. And once I did my vet degree, that gives you a lot of weight.
Yeah.
I wanted, like, when applying for this, so it isn't just going out and catching them and typing it up and doing it everything. My vet degree provided me with the proper scientific processes to analyze things, analyze data, critical thinking, but also produce papers that would be available for peer review. So when I did this, I had to apply to, so that's the first thing, get into something, some type of study, get some degree behind you so someone can say, you know what, this person's the real deal, not just Joe Blogs on this forum that thinks that he knows more than anyone else. But I had to get a scientific license. No, first of all, I had to apply for an ethics license.
Yeah, that's
and that is sat by a veterinarian, other scientists in the field. Then you've got a lawyer on there, as well as a member of the general public. And you've got to write what you're trying to study and everything you're going to do to that animal so that the general person can understand. And then everyone will have their input on it and say, we want to know more about this, or it's definitely not happening. So I had to do that. And the weight behind me was that I was a vet and I was an exotics vet. So I had to put my resume in. I had to have someone else to help me. So another researcher, which was Justin Chewy, our friend. He actually hasn't had a tertiary education, but he has done a lot of field work in reptiles. Plus he's also the materials reptile expert for the Australian Customs and stuff like that. So he had a bit of weight behind him. And then I had two research assistants. They could be anyone. I just had to put their name down. But I was lucky enough to get two mates who like to go herping. One of them is a microbiologist as well, the microbiology degree. So that was pretty good. So I get them on board, and then we had to do The ethics, that was tedious because they wanted to know this, wanted to know that. What happens here? Why can't you do this? Why do you need certain numbers?
And
once I got that
ethics,
done,
with ethics, less is always more. So if you don't have to tamper with the animal at all, that is probably the best.
That's probably
the best outcome.
Yeah. So and the funny thing is that ethics is actually governed by. It's almost self-governing. You just need to have a certain. But the one I used was the New South Wales Department of Primary Industry, so a government one. Whereas if you're in a university, the university has an ethics license and they have their own ethics board.
Okay.
So depending on how dodgy the board is, you can get some pretty dodgy stuff through. But also at the same time, it's on their professionalism that it gets put through. So if you have a gung-ho person that's happy to test cancer on something, then they'll let it go. But they must have all of those members on the board, lawyers, a general person, and everything like that. So I did mine through the DPI because I'm not affiliated with any university. I wasn't doing it part of as a university thing. And then once I had that, I applied for a scientific license with National Parks. That was very straightforward. Once they saw who I was, that I was duly qualified, and that that the Animal Ethics Committee was happy with it. Yeah. They were like, "Yep, go ahead. You've just got to fill in all this detail for them." And when I say fill in all this detail, GPS, aspect of the slope that you caught it on, the road name, was it up a tree? Was it on the ground? It is a lot of data for them. But having said that, they were, as opposed to what some, the keeper world of dealing with state departments say, they were really helpful in all ways. Actually, I just got sent my reminder to either renew my scientific license or cancel it. It's expired, so I better do that actually.
Yeah, that lapse.
Yeah. But when you come back to Australia.
So once I got all that data, that stuff approved, mate, it just gave me an open license. I just had literally sheets that I could just show anyone. A lot of our field area was being poached by certain individuals during the time that we were out there. It's always good to have the paperwork out there.
Is there still a market for wild-caught beardies, or was it just, wasn't just beardies?
No, but it's all the other animals that we came across on the way. And so I am kind of a bit mindful of what I post, but I'm happy to post actually all the GPS plots of all my animals have actually already been publicly put on by National Parks to buy on it. So it's no secret where I got my bearded dragons from. But if you look at a bearded dragon, no one's even going to pay $50 for a bearded dragon, and you've got to spend $1,000 in fuel to get out there. It's just it's not worth keeping a secret. But overseas, they're pretty keen for wild blood because they're just so inbred. So I guess there'd be a market there, but I don't know whether it's worth the risk of a couple $1,000 fine.
But it's not a people think of research as it's out of in the bush. It's hard work. It's not money. Research. What people think about research and what research, that it's two different things. What you think about what you think research is without doing it is not what research is. It's hard work, very hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely you go out there. It's hard working conditions. It's good if you've got a comfortable car. It's good if you've got a reliable car. We had the good old unbreakable Toyota Hilux, thank God. Because the places where we go is like I was out there and I handle venomous stuff on a daily basis. I was reluctant to handle venomous stuff out there just because it'd be a 6-hour drive back to anywhere that could treat you if you got bitten by a mulga, an eastern brown, something like that. So it's hot, hard working conditions. We drank a lot of coffee, a lot of Coke, had a lot of fried chicken from roadhouses, stuff like that.
Yeah, all the good food.
A lot of money, self-funded. And I was lucky enough to be in the privilege where I could tax deduct a lot of it, but it was a lot of money to conduct research. And a lot of people are saying, "Oh, you're just saying all this stuff so people's dragons, putting them on sand will keep them get them sick, so it would make yourself more money." And it's like, no, I want to see these animals thrive, like, you know, and it's all my finances put into it, and like to do it because I'm passionate about it. I want people to.
I thought you did. I
animals.
honestly thought you did that study, all that research through a uni or something. That's eye opening.
No.
I really didn't. I didn't think that was all self funded. Bloody hell.
No, it's all self funded. So people that love beardies and love reptiles as much as me can benefit from it. So we have that information out there, because I don't. It breaks my heart to see people bring in these dragons in a 2-foot container with crap this high and no UV, never had anything. And I want them. I want these animals to live like they would live in a wild, minus predators, obviously. So you know, it's all like it's been something I want to do. And if I won the lotto, I would just go out and do more studies. I had drafted plans for the similar studies on diamond pythons, blue tongue lizards as well. Yeah. So that's all stuff in the pipeline for future to do. My wife will like it because obviously diamond pythons and blue tongue lizards are closer to civilization, and I don't have to be away like 3 weeks at a time. But it's all self-funded, and all these other projects. Yeah, it's good to get some money. I got $2,000 grant from Central Coast Herb Society, so I really appreciated that from those guys. Yeah. And that helped pay, like, let alone each field trip was costing me probably close to $5,000.
But you know, all that stuff spills over into other species as well, because it's stuff information that you can apply. That nothing grinds my gears more than seeing photos of tortoises with totally deformed shells and beardies that's limbs look like rubber, you know, like remember that on Aussie pythons, Darren, that monitor lizard with a jaw that you could literally bend over, it looked like a beak, you know. That stuff's all avoidable. And in this type of research, you can apply the stuff, not directly, but you know, you can use the principles with what you've learned on other species to keep them healthy.
But just the blood work alone, like that's invaluable to vets worldwide. You know what I mean? Like that's massive input. Like to be able to take a blood sample and go, oh, we'll send that off and we'll get that checked. Oh, you know, your liver's stuffed. Okay, now we know what we need to do to fix it. Whereas not having that before, like that's a huge achievement. You know what I mean? Like, that's awesome stuff.
Yeah.
You know, besides everything else, you know.
Yeah. So but you know, it's all good if you can get funded from someone else, and it's really good, but you know, there's just not enough money, not enough. There's a desire for the information, there's a need for it, but there's not. Yeah, no one wants to pay for it, and like
nobody wants to put their money.
Not a cat or a dog.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm happy to do it because I love what I do. It's a herp trip the whole time. Well, not the whole time, just when you're out there. Once you get back and you got to do the data.
Your favorite statistics.
And you got to type up the paper. You got to type. You got to type up the paper. Yeah. But then you submit it for peer review.
Oh,
there's a saying that like after the 20th time you get it back and it looks totally different to what you started with. Yeah. The crazy thing is, no one had done this, and we did it so well. My publishing partner, Sujench, champion. She's a veterinarian pathologist. Yeah. We did it, and it was so tight. The only things we had to change were if someone didn't have the data tables that we provided, you had to say that it was a significant difference. So add significant to before every different, and that's it. Okay. They were just like, it was the easiest paper I've ever had to like
breeze straight through.
Like, that's how tight it was. Like, and I was like, wow, So. But yeah, and like it's good. So, and my wife did she's very particular with proofreading and stuff like that. So she corrected everything, and so you know I didn't have to correct it.
There's nothing worse than putting that document together. You think you've got it tight, and then somebody points out a comma missing or a word missing, a sentence. Yeah. And, terrible. Nice. How many pages was your thesis? How many pages was the document?
It wasn't a thesis. It was just simply paper that was about 5 or 6 pages with all the data. And what was different about ours, we differentiated between different seasons as well and different sexes. Awesome. But we also documented like a virus that I discovered about 5 years ago. in eastern bearded dragons. We also documented that in wild centrals. So, it wasn't too long, but it's a nice document. Like I see people post blood results all the time, and they're like, "Oh, this," and I'm like, "Oh, the calcium's high, and the vet's looking for this," and I'm like, "Your animal's a female, right?" And they're like, "Yeah," and it's like, "Yeah, the calcium's due to breeding season, and the calcium increased. We found it increased 7-fold. The amount of calcium in the blood increases 7-fold during the breeding season, and if it was double, every other paper said it might approach double. It's not. It goes to 7 times the normal level. If a normal vet read the other papers that said it was double, and you got one that's at 4 times, you'd be trying to like cut out its parathyroid or some other organ, thinking there's a tumor in it. And so we found some stuff, and just some crazy stuff, like how much calcium they get in their blood is like higher than so many other species. So and it gives us a good idea. But bearded dragons, as a species, they will have eggs about to be laid, but already the next row of eggs are developing in the ovary already. They're just such fertile species then.
So, lads, I'm going to have to call it a night for now. We've done 4 hours, and I can see the numbers. Only people can't concentrate for 15 seconds these days, and we had a few up there that's been going for 4 hours. So at least there's a few people, but we had some good numbers. And usually the magic happens after the show. People find time to watch it or stick it on, and this will be on YouTube. So this went to YouTube and all my Facebook pages. I'm not sure if you guys shared it to your pages, but I'll upload it. You guys, I can probably send it to you in a Dropbox or something if you wanted to stick it up somewhere, if you wanted to have a look at it afterwards. But I'm sure this won't be the last time that we'll see you on here, Jonathon. I'd be keen to have you back to talk about other things that bothers me in the especially stuff like sunshine virus and all that good old classic Borrelia stuff, and Theresia things, and I'm sure there's other topics as well we can broach. So if you are for it, I'll probably contact you directly from now on. But it's been great. I think we did it. I think this was really all the feedback we've had has been. I think it was a very good show. And thank you for the 4 hours that you gave.
Thanks, Johnny.
It's
my pleasure. Always good to chat to some Australians. Been in a foreign country, but also
a Kiwi. He's not that guy up there is a Kiwi, isn't he?
Who?
Aren't you from New Zealand?
No.
God, no.
Oh, I thought you. But you watch don't you?
What's that, bro?
Don't you watch the All Blacks?
No, Wallabies, mate.
Oh, you Wallabies. Shit, why did I think that you...
It's the other asshole, mate. No,
oh, shit. Sorry.
Come, mate.
I just made a boo-boo then. I insulted Darren. I'm sorry, mate. I really thought that I saw...
That's like calling someone from Canada someone from the US.
It's like calling a South African an Australian. It doesn't happen. I'm sorry. My great apologies from me. Sorry about that. No. But thanks, Jonathon, for coming on. So if people are looking for the Beardie vet, just find him on. You've got a YouTube channel as well? You've got some stuff on YouTube, haven't you?
Yeah, I just put up like the videos that I put up on Facebook. Generally, I don't know, Facebook degrades everything. So I put up on YouTube. Just have a good quality. I haven't got many more videos. They were all done. Like, if you realize, none of them are planned. They were all pretty much, we'll just catch this. I'll talk about something. And because my head's so drunk, it just comes out. And I can talk, obviously. We found out tonight. And it just comes out. So
see, it wasn't always me that, when Johnny come round to pick up some rats for an hour, 5 hours later, you see the truth now.
Loves a chat. This is where medium.
Don't ask my wife about it; she'll tell you the same. Like I talk too much.
And you know what? The best thing is that you on the this conversations like this can happen regardless of where you are in the world. I mean, you on the other side of the world, and we're doing this live. It's a great time to be alive in this world, really. With technology. So, thank you for my New Zealand friend up there for joining in.
Look,
from now on, yeah. Darren the Kiwi.
Oh, that's great.
And Jonathan the Austrian. There we go.
That's it.
So thank you. So if you want, I think we've got a 1080p. The 1080p version of this is on the Reptile News on YouTube if you want to watch it there. And then on Australian Reptile Q&A has got the Facebook one. So if you want to be able to work, if you got the paid version of YouTube on your phone, you'd be able to watch or listen to the YouTube version, you know, in the background while you're driving or working in the shed or whatever, or you can just watch a video. So thanks a lot again, guys. Thanks for all the hanger honors there that's been with us for 4 hours. I think it's a new record for us, Darren. At least we can always go now and and say to Brent and the other usuals on the show that we crack the records. 4 hour long.
Oh, they're soft. They're just soft. They just can't handle the hours. Well, it's good. It's good information, good talk. To get it all out. Like, it's fascinating stuff. Johnny's done good work.
That's something that I think all three of us, agree upon. That we want. I like to teach people the right thing. There's a lot of ways to do stuff. Some stuff is more right than others, but we need to start somewhere and relay the right information so that newbies don't get a bad taste in their mouth after their new pet dying. The more of us, the more youngsters we can bring in and teach right, the better for the industry as a whole and the longevity of the industry. That's how I see it. So, so thanks, guys. Just hang on. I'll just want to close it off and then we'll just wrap it up. And I just wanted to say thanks for everybody. We'll see you guys next time. We'll announce it here. We'll definitely have the doctor on from Austria on the next show. Did you like that? Dog. And we'll talk some more reptile smack. Thanks a lot, guys. See you soon.
Thanks.
Night.